I've been doing some long nighters recently, so kind of tired. Still, I know it sounds really weird, but you guys understand. Hmm. Let's wait for a few people to get in here, and then I'll go ahead and tell you what we're doing here. The long and short of it is we're gonna, now that we have the match working and must compile, these are the most important things we had to get working, and they're working fine. They've been tested. The next thing that we need to get working is dynamic AST generation and validation of data. And that stuff is all elsewhere. That's some stuff that we're going to use here, and the compile and stuff like that. Yeah, so this one doesn't have to do that as well. It is possible that we can actually have this one use the other one, but I think we might have to be able to change this one up so that it's not using the dynamic method underneath and it just goes right into it, which is what it's doing with the patch, the parse right here. I'm sorry, I'm mixing them the two up. I want to do this one. Where is it? Validate. Nope, it's not there. Oh, it's just in the overall defs one. So here we got our definitions. This is all working really great. Let me go grab a little bit of coffee. No, we'll see. Let a few people come in if they're going to come today. All right. So the scary thing that we're going to be doing here, it's not scary, but we're just going to be creating an AST dynamically and then parsing the tree of data and then comparing that tree to the other thing. We can either compare the two trees, the AST, or to the parse tree, or we can just process the data directly. So I kind of want to explore what that looks like. So let me try to get in here. So this is all happening in the expression, and here we go. So here it says walk the XIT and scan on each terminal. Okay, so I'll scan on each terminal. The first thing we need to do here is we're just going to do a match first instead of the parse. And we need to grab this data and we need to turn it into, I'm going to put some to-dos in here to do. We're not going to necessarily check for the AST. We're going to say we're going to do a depth first traversal of x.ast, which is pretty much just said. And then what does it need to do for every one of those things? Well, and let's think about that. This is also not a function that necessarily needs to be written in here. It doesn't need to have the scope of this at all. I could pass it. I could write it outside of this if I wanted to. Maybe I need to do that. It might be pretty involved, so it actually might be worth doing. And I'm going to go ahead and try to put it up here. Let's see this. So this is a function that's gonna walk the tree. So we'll put something simple in it. You know what? Just so that I can show you, I'll go ahead and put one here as an anonymous function, and then we can go ahead and get that working and just kind of show what's happening. Let's see if we have any testing that's like going to be calling match, though. I don't think we do. So, nope. XPR test.go. I want to do this because I want to be able to get the print statements to print. So, look, example what? example match. So let's see. We would do, first of all, we would get, if we were doing this match, we would just call it straight up. First of all, we need to create an expression. So let's do that. Let's see. The problem with creating an expression is that we have to parse and compile an expression, and that's a lot of code to write for right now. So I'm trying to think if I can get around that. Let's see, an example expression match. I don't know if we want to do that right now. Example expression. We would need. I mean, I could actually write an AST in JSON and use that. This is again in the chicken and egg kind of situation, or because we're supposed to already have an expression. So let's actually see if we're gonna have to have some more stuff here anyway. So and I could probably make that into a snippet. Actually, I should probably do that someday. We just need to make a new expression. So let's do that. I'm gonna have to. I gotta get these test cases out here anyway. So let's just go ahead and do it. I have no constructor because I don't really need one. I call it a constructor. It's not really a constructor. It's just sometimes people will put like new expression or something like that. In this case, we just need to instantiate it, and then we need to set an AST to something. So this is not likely something that a lot of people would be doing. Some part of me that does not want to even make this public, but I figure what the hell. As long as you can set, well, this is kind of illustrating how hard this is to do this. So for somebody who's trying to do this on their own, so to make a new one, a new constructor, we would say EX. Actually, let's do PEGX. Nah, I've been saving that for the string representation, so let's just do X. I mean, if some user of this package wanted to do this, they could do it this way. You'll see there's nothing here. It's just nil. And when you print an expression, you actually don't get the definitions table. You get, you know what? I'm going to take that out because it's a little bit misleading. Yeah, it's definitely misleading. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the stringer interface stuff because it's misleading. Because sometimes I'm going to want to see the defs table, and right there, it makes people think that there's no such thing as a defs table involved. So I'm going to have to fix some things. What we really want here is AST. Now the AST is public. We can print that. Same here. I changed that from tree to AST because that's what it is, as opposed so people don't forget it is for syntax and not just parse tree. X.print undefined has no field or method print. Where is that? Right. And then this would be, well, we can just do an FMT. Just so people can see there's nothing here. Panic, null pointer. And so yeah, so that's not a thing. Extra carbon not use. Okay, wait. I wonder if I can print the individual ones. I think I can. purlin ex.ast should be, that's where we get the panic. But there is no AST. Where's the nil pointer? File member just in the phone recovered. I don't understand why that's. Am I going to have to add a constructor here? I don't need both of these files open at the same time. That's why I can go back and forth. If I have an expression, it's not creating a pointer to the node because that should be nil by default. Let me see here. Let me make this nil. Actually, memory information recovered. Where did they come from? Octal bad. Uh-oh. That's a different error. What? Oh, I gotcha. It's been saving us from another problem we need to fix. Sorry. So I'm sorry, I missed that one. That would go, it goes in defs test. So it says there is no AST. Oh, right. So this one probably doesn't have an AST. Yep. That's what's going on. It doesn't exist. So we can't print it. And the print function I made has really spoiled me, actually. You'll see that that's a nil. Should be anyway. Oh, PEGX doesn't exist. Right, gotcha. That's a nil now. Okay, that's what we want. Good. And we'll go back to the expressions test. And then we'll go to got some nil there. And what? Well, we need to set the expression. I'm trying to decide how to do this test, so I need to set the AST of the thing. So, but I mean, this is where I can do this thing where I actually make one. Yeah, that's probably the thing to do, actually, is to parse the JSON file. I think the JSON parser is not out of commission right now. I have to go check. An AST is just a JSON object, map string, whatever. So yeah, the problem with unmarshalling is we're going to have all of the types known. So this might be a thing. We might have to tweak the JSON parser in order to pull up this stuff. I know this is kind of an ambitious attempt, but let's try this. So you can't skip it. That's smart, you know. So let's see. One of the ways we could do this is we could actually make, you know, well, they're also going to have a definitions table. It's goddamn, yeah. This is a big example, but it's going to be essential. This stuff is all happening automatically in the other one. So I just gave a sample of, I don't know, grammar. How about that? Grammar equals And well, no, that would be testing the parser more than anything else, which we have. Let me think here. Let's try that octal. Actually, no, I couldn't do that because the grammar's not defined big enough for us to do the whole thing. I think we might not be able to do this until we get the whole parser done, which I really don't want to admit to, but I think it's true. Because why? Because I need to be able to parse an entire array. No, absolutely do. Duh. Now that I'm thinking about it, it's totally true. So, I mean, this can go on hold for a second. The reason that I'm having trouble here is because in order to do any of the expression stuff, I have to have a working PEGN parser, like all of it. I can't just test a tiny piece of it. That's what I was getting stuck with. So, because right now the AST. I don't know. Let me think about this. Right now we have been only using the defs. It's as if the PEGN grammar itself only consisted of octal range, and octdig for the sake of testing. And this is because we're going to get into code generation. We're trying to validate that this approach is going to work. So, and I really want to validate that the dynamic stuff works before I sign off on this particular structure for code generation. And so that means that if I were going to do this, then the only dynamic things I could check would be against some version of this grammar that only has octal and octal range in it. So that would mean, like, if I wanted to rearrange like an octal, if I wanted to have, I guess I could try to something like that. If I wanted to make a grammar and pretend like a grammar had, I cannot wait for this to be done because I want to use it so bad. If it would be something more along the lines of, I mean, the reason I'm afraid of this is because if I write an example test right now based on the stuff that's supported in PEGN, it'll be off because right now the grammar that's represented in just those three definitions is not everything. So, this example would be a fail. Maybe I'll have to change it later, but it would be a fail because this is kind of why. Hey, how's it going? So we'd be able to do something like this. We would do, like, I could make, again, the dynamic evaluation means that we're creating our own grammar on the fly and parsing that. And so we would say something like, so octal has a 0 in front, so we'd say 0 blah blah blah, and then we would we would say, what would we say? The grammar requires, so what do I have for root? Do I have root set to octal right now? Hi, Peter. So I think I have root. What is root set to, guys? Let's see. PEGN. Root is set to octal right now, I think, right? Yeah, root is just an octal. So this is the entire grammar right now. So if I'm going to do this, the only thing that can be in here is grammar, and that's not a big enough. Actually, no, it is, because I could say you have to be this particular value or this other particular value, right? Yeah, that's enough. But it's like really, all these examples that we're making right now would be throwaway until we get a real grammar. So this says, so the grammar can say, okay, you can have an octal, and you can have an octal 7. to actually can't do range. We don't have range support yet. So it would mean there would be like an octal. It would have to be an octal 7. 07. Which doesn't really make sense. Okay, yeah, this isn't going to work. Because why? Because then what this is going to say is that I'm going to go ahead and parse it, and then the only way to test it is to say, okay, does this actually equal an octal 7? This is cool because this does show how we'll be able to do the regular expression type matching. Like, okay, I want an octal 7. Okay, I have to have an octal 7. So it's a way of it is a little bit regexy, and I can kind of see forward to how that's going to work, but it's not quite enough flexibility to really test the dynamic nature of the grammar. So that means, and that's a lot of talking, but that means that the high level, that we have to sign off on this, and we have to finish this. So I think I don't need to necessarily cancel this stream. I think I'll just keep it going, but what I've concluded here, I think just right now, is that it's not practical to attempt dynamic validation by walking the AST until two things are actually really solid. And I keep getting tripped up on this. I keep trying to do this. One of them is we need an entire PEGN AST tested parser, and we know that that's doable. We've already tested this, which just means I got to add more code here. I can either add that code by hand and go through this, or I can start working on the generator and generate all this code dynamically from the spec, which is this. And that's what I would like to do. It's going to take a lot longer to do that, but I would like to do that because that's what's going to be used in the end anyway. We already know that we can make a parser. That's not the issue. The issue is, can we make an efficient, readable code a parser that's generated automatically from a grammar? That is the next step. And then the third step, in fact, I'm going to write these down somewhere because I'm kind of rubber ducking out the steps that are needed. We did this. Yay. Okay. So we need to clean up JSON test. That's right. We need to start the generator. And then we need to add dynamic expression creation and input validation. So that's kind of like the third thing, I'm afraid. I'll put ones here. This is marked down in case you're wondering. So yeah, once I get into things, I realize it's kind of messy, people. I apologize. I'm always changing what we're working on, but that's how code works. You gotta, yeah, I really don't even need this here for now. Yeah. So yeah, I think, again, I hit a roadblock with not having enough of a grammar ready. And actually that would be a super big waste of time to write a bunch of example tests based on a pseudo grammar that's not the full PEGN grammar, only because we want to test whether the definition structures are going to work. The thing that is unfortunate is I can't test the definition table up front. Yeah, and that's kind of concerning me. So, let's see here. So where's the validate? Validate just says, hey, will this compile? That's all good, well and good. Yeah. Compile PEGX, new expression, root.parse. Okay, good. That's what we want to do. All right, so Yeah, this stuff's all golden. This isn't down here, but so I think we should probably start on the generate code. That's going to need its own file. And before I run down the code generation, which I might need to just stop the stream and start a new one, but I don't want to annoy people. I need to really get the JSON parsing stuff working. Now the problem, this is another chicken and the egg scenario. So I can't get a good JSON parser until I have a list of all the token or the definition numbers. So I can, this, you know, it's what's so fun, because it's like, here, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? There it is. So this is the new table of identifiers. And the reason for that is because, wait, I wonder if I can do the number. No, I need the internal number. I can't set the type until I have the reverse lookup table. So that's what's up with the JSON stuff. That's why it hasn't been added back, because I changed from, see these numbers over here? I changed the numbers that go with a given definition from being just for token IDs. I'm sorry, just check IDs and scan IDs, these guys, scan defs and node defs. And I added everything else, which actually really offset the numbers. And we were using the numbers from the AST from the spec, which had been parsed much earlier. This guy here, see, this doesn't have any numbers in it, right? This is actually accurate. This is the current, you know, AST for PEGN itself. Problem is it has had all its numbers removed, and because it's not the small version. But in order to do a proper unparsing, this is why the JSON thing is still not. I'm just kind of reminding myself where I am with this, because those numbers are not there. We can't unmarshal the JSON data because we don't have the numbers that go with the words. Greg, hi. It's good to hear from you, dude. Yeah, because I'm actually hitting this thing that Greg actually wrote all this JSON code. He's really good. He borrowed some of it from the standard library, but so what's kind of emerging is the critical path here. Critical path being you know, the things that are necessary to be done in order so that you can complete a project. And it looked to me like I was going to be able to do the dynamic AST testing without having a full parser for the entire grammar. And I now believe that's not practical. So that means I need to reprioritize the work here, which is going to mean cleaning up JSON tests so that we can parse this and have an accurate number. The problem is that this is complicated, but try to stay with me if I want to keep you know, so notice how these defs, this is supposed to be code, it's supposed to be generated. So the move to a definitions table, which is, you know, a bunch of this is going to get auto-generated, right? The move to a definitions table is good, but it has combined the concepts of classes with nodes and tokens. So basically anything that's in the definition list, which is fine, I think that's a good thing actually, but any of these definitions now has a number, grammar being 1, and these go with the smaller AST, which is the one we really want because it's really compact. Problem is that we need a lookup table for these, and so I will be generating a lookup table. Actually, this is kind of deja vu. We already did this once in the generator when we were getting into this, and that's what actually led me to do this whole definition with the parse and scan functions built in, which I'm really glad we did. But in doing so, we've broken our code that had the numbers identifying, you know, the number that goes with a particular identifier. And so we have to rebuild those indexes so that our JSON parsing will even work, because the JSON parsing currently won't work without that. That's why it's turned off right now. All the tests are turned off. Because why? Because it doesn't, you know, I'd have to build all of those things. And so that's where we stand. The JSON parser, and this is maybe what Greg, if he's here still, can talk about this. Here we go. This is all just the tokenizing. That's fine. I'm trying to think of the one where it looks up the type. And we need to figure out where that's going to be. There we go. String it to token value as a type. Token value as an integer. Is it p string? All right. In case it's a p string, take those j token string type values. There, that's the one. So we want that. Oopsie. String value is type. So here we go. J node types dot by string, and the node types are gathered up at construction time. That's a change I made, Greg, by the way. So so these are made when you create the thing, and you just grab the end.types. And this also reminds me that we had to put the association, the idea of type definitions inside of the node pointer, which I didn't like to do because I felt like extra baggage in the node struct. But it's actually not uncommon to do that. What was I was looking at? Because it's a pointer, it's okay for the nodes to do that. Another alternative would be to encapsulate the whole node tree in a thing, and that's actually no less efficient. There's just a pointer with every node now, so that's fine. But it's just that you really don't care because the top level one has it. So I'm okay with setting that to the node types. That's if anybody has any input on that, I'd love to hear. But setting the types to NT, which is just a pointer to the node types, and the node types can be. This was all done before that idea of definitions. So, so we have this thing here, node types by string and by int. This has to be built, and that is the only thing we need before we can parse the JSON in order to do the rest of the code generation. And frankly, if we get that done, we can also produce another AST, short version of the AST versus the long version. The long version, at first I added it for just like, for readability and testing and stuff, and now I'm finding it's actually got a lot of value outside of that, because there's no IDs here. So having the long form saved gives us it's really good, because that gives us the ability to potentially change, like tweak the number. I don't want to do a lot of tweaking, but allows us to tweak the numbers that get associated with these different definitions or these identifiers, and then generate the short form of this from this once we have that lookup table of node types. And so the next step for me sounds like is to generate this. Now I can create it by hand really quick, or I can take the time to write a little bit of generator code, which I already did in the other project, which I'll go look up actually at this time. That was when I found out, by the way, that generating code for tokens was a big deal. It was pretty hard. But I can go ahead and write generator code that does that. But that code has to be able to parse the JSON. So this might be one where I have to just write it. God damn it. Just write a little shell script and create it. I think we'll probably be fine. It might be the fastest way to go. Because really all we need is just the names and lookups. Then I can start parsing the JSON, and then we can start walking the tree. We can't walk the tree until I can parse, until I have the grammar loaded up. And I can't load the grammar up without having this in a short form, or having the numbers at least that go with it. And that is why, by the way, that this is the second phase of this whole thing, because the first phase was actually, by hand constructing a parser that could create this in the first place. Could have done it by hand, and written it all out, but and then went straight to code generation. But we learned a lot along the way, including how to do the definition structs. So I'm pretty sure I've just rubber ducked myself into writing this node type struct by hand. It's going to be really boring, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it. I'm write a little shell script and parse that little thing and do it that way. I almost could just write a little helper script that parses this, but I don't want to do that. I'm just going to write a little shell script, and I'm just better with my shell, actually. So I'm going to write a shell script that just grabs this list, builds those numbers, and calls it a day. And maybe I can do it with a macro. Greg would probably already be done with it rather than talking about it. I just really think through things too much, actually. I know it's one of my failures. Well, I'll tell you what, having that code done is not going to hurt anything at all. So there. I don't know. I feel like it just takes me so fucking long to do anything. I just do. I mean, I see other people just like busting through things so fast, and I'm giving this a lot of thought. But I tell you what, I mean, I'll look at the other side, Rob. Okay, here. So just let's do things less times than other people. Well, that's for damn sure. And the other thing too is I end up getting extra bonuses when I do this that I wasn't counting on. Like the whole ability to do dynamic PEGX evaluation, I got for free because I thought through it. So I have to take stock of those successes, and there's something about prototyping. And there's also something about like kind of thinking through what's possible. Anyway, this needs to be generated, and it's eventually going to live here. So we're just going to go forward with this idea of this file being, in some sense, what generated. This is a sort of generated file, so I have no problem putting stuff in here that is generated. That is going to include, and it's going to be a big long file. There's just no getting away around that. And it's kind of our index file of our entire grammar, which I kind of like, actually. That kind of makes me happy, because when at some point we're going to be able to generate this and do .pegn.go, and that people can just open this file up and get everything they ever needed to know about the grammar right in front of them, and that makes me happy. So let's pretend like we're doing code generation again. So first of all, we need the node types. We need to actually define a node type. Let me go look at the node thing again. Here we go. Node types, PEGN node types. So we need to make one. So we're going to say var node types. Isn't that a type already? I'm sorry. Let me just look at this again. Oh, it's already one. We need to make one. Node. I kind of want to not call it node types. I kind of want to call it like node lookup, node types tables, node type lookup. Node type lookup. Node types. It's because it's kind of got tables in it, but not really. Types is type lookup. I mean, there's a lot of indirection here, but that's fine. It's not that much. I think we'll be fine. Defs line 11. Yeah, got that problem. Node types. Nope, that's it. All right. So, node types equals node. Again, any and all of this stuff will potentially be prefixed so that it's invisible when it gets built into anybody's package. Um, I did that. What I called it. A pointer to a node type lookup. You can't. This is the only kind of node types is not a type. What are you talking about? Do 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 do. They opened the wrong thing. Oh. Yeah. Node types equals data types. J.node types by string. Node types equals node type lookup. And node types is not a type. Okay, so we have node type lookup, that's what we called that. All right, node types equals node type lookup. Node type's not a type. Bullshit. Node test 587. Oh, whoops, sorry. Yeah, it's naming changes. See, this is one of those things where I'd rather. Yeah, I mean that's fine. That works. All right, and we're gonna do the defs here. All right, so now this needs to be all initialized. Just so you know, here, watch this. I want to show you something about Go. So this is a particularly quirky thing that can really annoy beginners. You'll notice I'm doing some assignment in the package scope in Go here. But if I attempt a similar, this is taking a reference to a new node type lookup struct. That's what's happening. And it sets everything to the 0 values. But watch what happens. So this is a tiny lesson here for those who, I try to like put something in there useful. If I try to do this another way, which seems like it's exactly the same way, it won't work. First of all, if I try to use a walrus operator, die. Can't do it. You cannot have a walrus operator outside of block scope. So that's the first lesson about Go. The second lesson, so you must use var if you're putting anything in package scope. The second sort of non-intuitive limitation is that you cannot do it this way. You can't do, if I want to pointer to a new node lookup, I can do that, right? And you think that would be fine. And let me actually make it more useful. So if I say, well, I'll go ahead and flesh this one out a little bit more so you can see. So, of course, this has got 2 keys in it. It's got, I don't remember right now. Let me go look it up real quick. What is it? Oh, I'll have to go look it up. Here it is. So by string. So I have by string. And I can just have, a map string int. And then I have to initialize it with a comma and then put it there. So map string int. So we can have octal. And we'll come back and fix this with shell script in a bit. But so octal is what? Octal is like 57. What is it? I don't remember. Octal's 58. Okay, so 58. And oct dig. Oct dig is 72. You see what I'm saying? So we have that, right? And that's all good and everything, but, I had to, this is, composite, I think it's called composite assignment. And this one works. Now, but here's where it gets crazy. The following does not work. So I'm going to leave this here. I'm going to comment this out really quick so you can see it. And I'm going to do it the way that you might think you can do it. That actually looks a little bit cleaner. All right, so we can drop this window for a second. Here, I don't need any more. And so I have a new type lookup. This, by the way, the new keyword that creates a new one, a new pointer to the thing. So it's really common to do that. And then you would think you could do this, right? Node types, whoops. Node types dot by string equals map string int. So let's actually kind of build it up, shall we? Sometimes this is nice to read it this way. It's just a little bit easier. I don't know. Some people like it the other two ways. This says I want one, right? And then what? And then I could do something like this. I could do node types by string. It's a very JavaScript way to do things. By string, and I could say, octal equals 58. All right? And we would have octdig here. 72. So this looks well and good, all well and good, right? But watch the error it throws. Non-declaration statement outside of function body. So this is a very specific Go thing. And I believe it has to do with compilation performance. Now, I can actually make this code work. So if you're watching, you might want to clip this. If I want to make this code work and I want to keep this syntax because I really, really like it for some reason, and I'm not okay with this way, I can put this inside of the special method init. And it will work. And the reason for that is because init runs after declaration. So the way things work is on compilation is the first thing it does is it gets all the imports, of course, and then secondly, it goes through and does all the declarations and definitions, these basic assignments that must have everything necessary within them, and then it runs all the inits in lexicographical order of the files. So, and they're all added up together and they're all run. So every time you run your program, that's what happens. And then main, of course, main gets fired off after that. Yeah, every program has to have a main. And so again, it goes, definitions, assignments, definition assignments. I think constants are before that even. And then inits, and then main. The problem with that is all of that is at runtime. And why is that a problem, right? Well, it's fine. It's probably indistinguishable. Sometimes, I use this for my, it's such an indistinguishable amount of extra time to do it at runtime, to do this assignment at runtime, that it's almost not even worth mentioning for most projects. But if startup speed in Go is not the issue compared to other languages. Have you ever tried to startup speed of Go compared to like startup speed of Python? It's insane. The differences. So, incurring a little bit of performance expense for an init method to keep your code clear and clean, or to initialize your database, or all sorts of other things that have to be done in init is totally acceptable. As usual, your bottlenecks are going to be I/O and stuff like that. So this is fine. However, it's not necessary, particularly when we're doing code generation. So if I were to come along and see this in code that's automatically generated, that is maintained, but it's not that much worse to do it this way. Another thing about this too is that when you do it this way, I think there's a little, I don't know, but I think there's a little bit more overhead going on in terms of the hashing algorithm for doing all of this, right? And under the hood, it'd be fun to see what happens here, because this kind of assignment, it actually has to, add a new thing to an existing thing. When you declare it in this way, the compiler can look at everything that's going to go into thing, and it's kind of like the triple dot operator on arrays. We're going to do that, actually. We're going to show that. And which means that make an array that's exactly this size. It doesn't need to be it doesn't need to be, we don't need to flag anything saying, hey, this might have an append to it later. This means just keep this one. I don't care. And so it can like optimize the shit out of it. And so when you want performance, definitely want to do this method. So that's all I wanted to say about that. But I just wanted to make sure people understand the difference. This is incurring runtime overhead and an extra, a lot of extra work that is not necessary. But it might seem easier to read sometimes. And this down here is all at compilation time, which means it never runs. Oh, I take that back. This is, you know what? This does happen at runtime. But it's a lot faster. Almost positive this happens at runtime. It might actually get compiled in, actually. I can't remember, but no, it's what am I saying? It's definitely runtime, but it's before init and it's much more efficient. So I'd love to like dig underneath. I'm getting to the point with Go where I really like to understand some of the underlying stuff. I really want to get better at profiling and thing. If I get a job in Go, I really want to be able to be the guy who goes in and looks at other people's code and says, okay, this is a bottleneck, this is inefficient. Most of the time you don't need to do that, but yeah, if you're looking for performance, you're probably not picking Go in the first place. You're probably picking Erlang or, even Rust sometimes, but you know what I think about that. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and grab a bit of coffee and I'm going to come back and write a shell script. I'm just getting a little bit of awk and some stuff just to get this working here. I can do it in Perl or awk, but I don't know, maybe we'll use awk today. It's been a while since I've played around with my awk. The problem with awk is it's got the regexes are so messed up. They're never consistent. Never know what awk you're going to get. All right, so I'm getting ahead of myself. We have another thing down here. I'm going to go ahead and add it before I forget. This is the, what is it? Is it by string? It's by int, I think. By int, which is just this, and this is where we can get away with this, right? It's a string of... It's an array of strings. And notice you always have to have a trailing comma. People say they hate that about Go. I love it because if you move stuff around, it doesn't break anything, which is a real annoyance if you're editing JSON directly or if you're, messing with JavaScript a lot of times. I think for a long time, JavaScript was adding an extra element to the end of your things if you had a trailing comma. I think they finally stopped doing that, but I don't know. Anybody know? Anybody know if you have like a trailing comma in Python or JavaScript, if it will add an extra thing? I'm almost positive Python will do it. I think that's the one I remember doing it. So anyway, so then we have in order for this to work, obviously I have to have 58 entries and then go all the way down to the one that says octal. So this is going to be a very, very long file. So much so I'm actually tempted to write it at the bottom. JavaScript does nothing. Interesting. This is really going to be annoying. I think I'm going to try to move this to the bottom and see. It's going to be really long. So it's going to have like 72 lines in it, but that's, yeah, obviously I'm going to have to generate that really quick. It's not that hard. Dangling commas in JS. So when I enter and out, yeah. Well, Greg, that's the logic behind Go's forcing it as a part of the syntax. You must have a dangling comma in Go for that very reason. I'll be right back. When I come back, I'm going to write some shell code or whatever. I'm just going to try to get that thing. I might use Vim macros. Greg can laugh at me. All right. Let's see here. Fishies, fishies, fishies. All right. Don't really need to do much more than that, actually. Do 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 do. I need music. Oh God, what have I done? What have I done? It's been a while since I've done my awk. I'll try it with Pearl. Man, it's been a while. Do you remember your Pearl, Craig? It's like dash F, right? Dash F for division. And dash F. F. Bullshit. I know, I was going to say. I think it's in. God, I have to go look at it. No, I know. It's just, I mean, let's try it with awk. Let's try it with awk, because that's going to be more, it's more likely to find awk on a Unix test. Unix/Linux test. I don't know if you guys saw, but if you just put it here, it just puts it in. If you want to, I mean, I could do it with cut too, but then I can't mess with the output. I think I can do this. I think I can do this. Yep. And then what? Doop boop boo. That's not what we want. So, let's see if we can do. I know there's going to be a better way, but I don't care. I'm just doing it the hard way. I know VI macro would be probably better, right? Like a lot of ways to do this. Don't laugh at me. People are laughing. I know they're like, what is this dude doing? There you go. Well, and this is one of my, no, we don't want a comma there. No comma. There we go. So that can be, that's enough, I should say. And what? So, yeah, I think it's enough. Temp, blah. I go over here. String. Oh, wait, that goes in here, right? Yep. R temp blah. Boom. Save. Nice, happy, pretty. That wasn't too bad. Why was I talking about that taking so long? Shell. Linux shell is like so fucking awesome. Sorry, I've sworn twice already on this day. I mean, if you were using a graphic editor, how would you do that? How would you have done that? That was like not even slightly painful. Next, cannot use dd string literal as string type blah and field value. Where is that? 252? Yeah, I knew that one was coming. Okay, here it comes. So, I mean, this is even easier, right? So, let's do, now we just need the strings. That's it. So, I should have that one first. Yeah, get these guys off there. I think I need a comma, though. Yep. I can pull it in for VI too, but R Templa. Boom. What are you saying? I can't use it. Let's type string and field value. Aha. Shit. You seeing that? I made you make it a slice. I don't want to make it a slice. Can I cast it? I wonder if I can cast it. I wonder if I can cast it. I doubt it, but I like that I know the size of it. 252. By int. Yes, I know. If I do this, it'll work. I know that. I know that, but I don't want to do that. Let's get it to right. You know, it's like, that's the kind of thing that we could put in a code generator, but you know, once we have this initial set, this initial index, it should be fine. I can probably do my JSON parsing already. Man, that was fast. I'm telling you, people, everyone should learn shell because it makes everything else you do easier. What do you mean I can't define no types as a type 252 array? I can't because it's a strictly typed stuff is not allowing me to do that. Fine. It's not that much worse. I like just looking at that scroll, by the way. That's why I'm doing it the slow way, because it's fun. All right. Now I think we're ready to start doing other stuff. I think these numbers are off. These indexes need to be exactly the same, or it won't work. Yep. Why is octa range 50 now? Why is it 50? It got incremented by 1. Yeah, it's pretty cool, huh? Good way to show the numbers. It's just cheater way. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, this is when I use awk. This is what awk is really freaking good at. It's good at rearranging the columns of output better than TR. TR will do that, but it doesn't let you add stuff to the output. So awk is just like this is like awk's like sweet spot right here. This kind of shit. And are you generating an AST for a specific language? No, I'm making a language. Arcles. Well, how do I say that? Archles. Yeah, Archels. Yeah, you can go to PEGN.dev. And read all about it. It's our own meta language. Yep. In fact, here's the grammar. We've been working with it today. Getting it to the point where auto generates the AST. We're still a bit away from that. We're back into code generation now. So yeah, anyway, we just derived all of these, just extracted all of these things. I'm trying to wonder why that thing is 50. Oh, I know why. Because I did this. I added this identifier line, which is nothing but informational, which says the lowercase of identifier must be unique within a grammar. Just a recap for those who are coming to the grammar for the first time. 2 dashes means it's significant. I call it a node def. 1 is just called a scan def, and it's just they're hints to the compiler, or to the the parser as to how to generate without going so far as to allow the embedding of code in the PEG grammar, which is what I believe the single greatest flaw in every single other parser. Because it makes your PEGN notation fundamentally tied to a specific language implementation, which is stupid. I just think that's really, really stupid. I don't think the people are stupid. I think that idea is stupid. Lowercase identifier must be unique within the grammar. So this is just a little bit of a rule. I did that in case you guys weren't. I did that so that I can, when I do code generation, I can safely uppercase the names here and have them not conflict. Okay, octal range is 50, so I'm going to have to change that. There's Again, there's in two places. It seems like it's not simple, but that's for a specific reason. That's because this is all, again, it's all being code. This is simulated code generation here. Octal. What number is octal? What number is octal? I could probably go check now. Octal. Octal, where are you? Where are you? You're 58 now? Okay. I got you. That's because I added that identifier. I incremented all the numbers. That, hence the need for code generation, right? Ocdig, I think, has also been messed with. 72. Oh, that stayed good. 72. There's no parse for that because it is not a node def. It's only a scan def. If it's a node def, it has a parse function. Otherwise, it doesn't. Which saves us time and all that stuff. Happy day. I think we're ready to do some parsing. Oh well, I broke a test here. Let me fix that real quick. 58. There we go. So yeah, in fact, God, I think our JSON test is going to work now. PEGN parser and it parse VP print. That would be a grammar. Why wasn't this working in the first place? I think it was because we weren't really using this stuff in it. Oh wait, here we go. Yeah, all these errors are going to change a little bit. Let me spend some time fixing the JSON now that we can actually test it, because we have that. I knew it wasn't worth testing it before because that tree, the lookup table wasn't there, but now it's there. So this is actually going to fail. Yeah, there we go. But that's what we expect. Extra characters after the JSON string, JSON parser missing it. What is it trying to do here? I'm gonna spend some time fixing the JSON tests. So I'm gonna turn them all off except for the top one. We want to be absolutely sure our JSON's back to working. We're gonna keep JSON parser as public so people can use it if they just want to parse the way we do. That's also good. I think we went back to long form output, so I think all these will pass. This one's going to fail because it's going to be long form probably. What? Huh. I think I have a feeling I know what's going on here. So, you know why I did that? Because we didn't do child no value. Okay, so this is doing what we want to do. So the JSON parser will default to non long form if there is no lookup table. If there is a lookup table, it will do it. I'm debating about what we need to test the long form as well, but I don't think we need it for all these other tests. Let's try this one. Yes. Oh God, that makes me feel good that passed. I love that emoji, Greg, if you're there. It's awesome. Good pick. Pass. All these are passing. Well, okay. 2 child nodes. This is very, very good. So our JSON parser is looking pretty golden. It was already golden. It's just making sure it's golden with the new stuff. Unterminated arrays. Oh, that's going to error out probably. Yeah, because it's got yeah, there's I made a boo-boo there when I changed it. So that would be, I overly, you know, I'm actually going to delete the context from everything in these because, huh, I'm having an idea. Just in case you're wondering, I got quiet really quick. We actually optimized errors by adding, how's it going, Mark? Um, God damn it. I put them in the scanner, I think. Yeah, there they are. Uh, these need their own file. Um, this okay, so I'm having a thought here. This the JSON parsing stuff didn't undergo any kind of renovation when we moved to integer error identifiers and allowed the users of our package to define how verbose they want to be with the explanation of the error. And therefore, we have some pretty standard errors that are going on um, that are a part of the scanner. And we actually did a thing where if there was an error condition, we would return, the scanner would have the error set on the thing, so then they could look up which error it was and what position it was. So because we're doing that for the scanner, it would seem inconsistent to not do that in the JSON parser if we're going to make it public. So I think I'm uncovering a task here to kind of unify the approach to errors between the two parsers that we have. We have a JSON parser, and then we have the scanner, which is also sort of a parser. So I'm just going to write that down so I don't forget. And I'm wondering if we actually need that now, because this is one of these examples of this, right? So another thing this does is it internationalizes our package, so people can decide what kind of error messages they want. And I know that can be annoying when people don't have verbose error messages. I went from wanting to have really verbose error messages, which we do. That's why we did the whole definitions thing. And so we have like strings, big long English strings for those people who want to see that. But as for the scanner itself, I think we kind of have lots of things all in one package here. We have this auto-generated file, which is English specific, that contains the definitions and their parse and scan functions. And then we have, the overall package, which could be used by anybody to parse JSON or to do whatever. And that is more likely to be used in an international sort of way, and therefore removing, language-specific implementations. Even though I'm okay with doing that in English, is seems to be the way to go. Particularly since we already did it with the scanner. I mean, they're written in English, but that way somebody can generate error messages that are completely different just by switching off the error return code. And in order to do that, we need to give them the state of the JSON parser rather than a string. So if we give them an error, then we return the parser, and then whoever's generating the error can say, hey, I'm going to look at the parser at its current error state and do that. And that is something that, I was kind of shying away from maintaining any kind of state in the quote object, but frankly, that's pretty standard for most scanners and parsers, is they have last error condition and that kind of thing. So yeah, I need to add move to integer error handling in JSON parser like scanner. And that's a little bit of work. It's actually not that much work, but I'm just gonna let that thought kind of ferment a little bit and make sure that's the right thing to do. While I look at this some more. See, he's got this. See, yeah. Oh, cranky Doomer checking in. So report an error with the position. So, I love that this is a thing. I'm not against this. But I feel like, well, let's see. Yeah. Return error. So most of these parsers are returning an error. I mean, it would be a pretty big change. It would mean changing the. It would mean getting rid of this and putting the error condition within the parser itself, which wouldn't take too much change. I think that might be the way to go there. This, by the way, this is all that definitely has to go. If I get rid of, let's first of all get the test case to run. Let's do that before I go break in anything else. How about that? And yeah, let's do that first. Expecting JSON to say JSON person expecting blah blah. Yeah. Oops. That was my bad. I added all that. I did. Bad me. I didn't read errorf well enough to see that you were doing that, prefixing everything. Or whoever. Greg did most of this work. That's why I'm saying you. Greg did all of this work. It was awesome. I was like, hey, let me throw you into the deep end of the pool, and he did it, had it done in a week. It's like, okay, let's find you something else. Yeah. So, what is still unhappy? Why are you see? JSON parser. Oh, because I dropped it from errorf now. Bad me. So I got rid of it from both places. JSON parser. Let me get all my test cases to work first. There we go. And then we'll go. Was it fun to work on? Yeah, it looks like parsers are fun, man. There's not enough work in parsers to make a living at it. It's the kind of thing you have to do on your side, if you're really sadistic. Yeah, and because most of it's like SQL and GraphQL and that's fine. I saw Beaconbot was working on some of that stuff this morning. Yeah, it wasn't PHP. Fair enough. And so yeah. All right, let's. I'm going to get all of the tests working completely. I want to regression test this whole thing before I move on and change anything else. I'm not going to change anything until I have a really solid thing to go from. Get 100%. Yeah, man. I wish. See, that's the thing that's coming next, right? By the way, I registered Mimir, MIMIR. I know you guys are going to laugh. I almost don't want to say anything about it yet. So instead of calling it the knowledge net, I'm going to call it MIM. Yeah. Because MIM's a good verb, an all-around verb. It's like, go mim it. Is it in MIMDir? Is it in the MIM? I have mim.directory. So. Mimir, anybody know who Mimir is? Anybody play God of War 4? I just found out he was in there. I didn't know. MIMIR. It's a Norse mythology. He's the god of knowledge. Odin cut his head off, and actually somebody else cut his head off, and Odin carried his head around with him. It was like his smartphone. Mimir, navigate to Viking village. Mimir, navigate to Ragnarok. Kid you not, that's Mimir's head was Odin's smartphone. It was. So I thought MIM would be a great thing. Plus, MIM is also the basis of the word. The etymology of it is that it comes from. The word. It's the root for memory too. So I can't remember anything. I'm gonna make it my knowledge base. So MIM is the name for the next generation decentralized knowledge network. I was going to call it README World. I was like, RWX README World Exchange. Something more fun. We need something more fun. Needs more gamer. MIM. Plus, then the icon could be cooler. That's what I was thinking. All right, so JSON looks happy. JSON looks happy. That's almost a sentence. Good time to save. In case you guys are wondering, this is a branch. If you want to be following along, this is a PEGX branch. And I'm gonna probably change the master branch to be named something else later, just for posterity's sake. Also, but the PEGX, this current branch, will become the new main branch at some point. And so yeah, I mean, I think we're in a good place to move on. I think I cleaned up JSON test. I'm gonna say that I did that. I'm not gonna make an issue for this. Man, do I want a tool that does command line issues with GitLab or GitHub. Yep. Move an integer error handling and parse on JSON parse. That's a big change. Start the generator, add dynamic expression creation, input validation. Those all are big tasks. This one's pretty small. Could probably finish that in an hour or so. I take a quick break and regroup. I know I take lots of breaks, but it keeps me alive. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's called Hub. It's written in Go. It's pretty good. Yeah, I love GitHub. GitHub really rules the day when it comes to CLI for Git integration. It's really, really good. I started a project called Gits, which actually works for. I got it all working on a stream to create new repos, not to delete them, and uses the REST and GraphQL API from GitLab, which is insufficient. I want to make it so that it talks to GitLab or GitHub or SourceHead or whatever. That's a goal for that project. One project at a time. One project at a time. All right, I'm going to go away for a bit. All right. Coffee's a little hot. Yeah, it's a little hot. Oh, good stuff, though. Oh, my God. Yeah. It's 1 o'clock. What am I doing drinking coffee? Well, you know what? Since I moved to the new apartment, I've kind of. You guys ever have your like your your circadian rhythm messed up? Yeah, mine's got been messed up. I've been staying up till like 3 or 4 every night. It's like, yeah, mine's really messed up. And I don't know all the reasons for it, but am I still sitting in my castle of moving boxes? Actually, no. They are gone this weekend. I got them all out. It's in a big open room. It actually echoes pretty bad. Might need to put some. I don't know if you guys can hear the echo. I have the speakers turned way down, so there's not as much echo. But yeah, big open, wonderful room. Love it. A couple of things I still need to put away, but not that much. Yeah, you guys will never see it. Sorry. Yeah. Did you guys see the news about the CNN dude? Oh my God, poor guy. I mean, if you don't know what I'm talking about, go watch what's trending on Twitter or something. So scary, poor guy. Destroyed his entire career from one faux pas. Enough to talk about that. Let's get back to this. This is going to be boring, but if you don't think it's boring, good for you. I'm going to be, since we already have our own JSON parser, thanks mostly to Greg, we're going to take the liberty of synchronizing the error messages in the JSON parser to match. Before we do that, though, however, it has occurred to me that we are not testing the parsing of anything that has names. And I need to put some test code in here for that. I think I'm probably going to do the errors first, and then I'll do that. But let me put that in the tests. Move an integrator handle to JSON to start the generator. Test the long form of JSON parsing. So I'm going to need to add that. And we'll see what we're going to do here. This is going to break a bunch of the tests. That's okay. Everything here is calling arrf, which is fine. I'm probably going to have to just get rid of arrf. And set the. I mean, I could probably write a helper function for this. Nah, I don't want to. Tuning production firmware. Wow. Return extra characters after JSON string. Yeah. I need to look at the JSON parser a little bit. I need to see what kind of state it has, it maintains. Let's share length. Take a position. Yeah, the problem is none of this is public. I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean, this is just one part of it. This is just the JSON part of it. I might be able to get away with not messing with this. And in order for me to do it the way I'm doing with the scanner, I'd have to return the JSON parser and then be able to provide state to the JSON parser, which I don't. This doesn't really do. This parser is a much bigger deal. Huh. So I guess the decision is, do I leave the JSON parser kind of as its own thing with its own error messages that are in English? I mean, there's another thing about this that that makes it different. Yeah, well, I mean, it certainly does. Yeah. This is so this is what's good about this. This actually does give us the line. So one thing that's fundamentally different between the JSON parser's approach, and this is something that's probably enough for us to keep the two separate instead of trying to unify them, is this does have kind of a user land notion in it that my scanner does not. Because I want to let the people using the scanner to decide what the end of a line is to them. In JSON, it's very specific. So there's a number of dissimilarities between the JSON parser. So I'm pretty sure I'm just going to leave it. Saves a lot of time. Plus, the error messages are somewhat consistent with what was already being generated. So yeah, let me look at the test again. So yeah, I'll go down here and look at the errors. Where are the errors? There they are. Extra characters after JSON string. So yeah. Again, the thing that's going through my head is whether to sort of synchronize the approaches of the parser, the JSON parser, with the scanner that's doing the PEGN scanning, which uses constants in the error tree to define errors and passes this whole state of the scanner so that people can do their own analysis of it, which is probably going to include walking the whole AST again, or the whole thing again, in order to determine line numbers, rather than to force the parser to go through that. To tell you the truth, it actually, I know. Look, I gotta squelch this desire in me, but it makes me want to redo the parser and not use the approach that they're using. Because I'm not going to, but don't worry, nobody be so panic. It would be a lot of work, but I don't like that they have this idea of user land. I guess it's not that much extra overhead. It's not that much. It's not that much extra. I'm just thinking out loud. I'm sorry. I guess the line and column. I guess all of this is fine. I mean, if I wanted to make this so that it was like the other one, rewrite this. No, I've already written the other thing, but JSON parser here is the question I'm going thinking about now is whether to make it public or not. It's kind of a middle road between this all. So if there's a few things that I could do to this that would make it synchronize with the scanner. And that's why I'm thinking about this. It would also allow, look, I'm giving people, this is an architectural decision, so they take longer. I'm giving people access to the scanner stuff. Its error state, last reusable mark, its current position, and its buffer, right? And we're using, lightweight errors rather than English errors in integers, and then we're allowing the user of the scanner to do whatever they want with that. Here we're hiding all that stuff, and generally speaking, hiding is good, right? I don't want to expose things publicly that don't need to be. And so, I mean, with a few tweaks, since JSON parser is public, with a few tweaks, we could do the same thing. We could make this buffer visible. We could make the position change it to occur and make that the same as the other one. Any position of the source buffer. That's interesting. That's not something I would make public, but oh well. Because you can just do a length on byte and be done. Length of the last character in bytes. That's interesting. Oh, the last one that was red. Yeah, that's fine. So the stuff, yeah. Anyway, and then you have the token positions, which are different, right? So you have the byte position, and then you have the token positions, and this is what ends up in the user space. Kind of the user errors. And I'm not doing it in the scanner because I don't want to overwhelm it with this kind of stuff. But parsing JSON data from the AST is part of the reason. It's one of the main reasons I created PEG in the first place. The reason I have an integer, based type JSON AST representation and marshal data is so that it can unmarshal with the maximum possible speed. But these little things are going to slow it down. Not much, but they are definitely going to slow down the unmarshaling process. So, I mean, the whole reason that we made our own JSON parser was to provide those optimizations to get rid of the crap that's in the reflection-based JSON stuff that's elsewhere. So the thing that's going through my head is I think that this needs at least one pass of optimization. And, people just like roll their eyes at me when I talk about that. But I mean, the whole point of having it was so we would have that kind of control. And one of the things I would probably remove would be this notion of token position, which is only used for error messages. And then a bunch of the math and the calculation and things that would be doing on parsing to do all that would be gone. It's not in the scanner. So yeah. Character before the current position. Yeah, reads the rune. I mean, you don't need any of this stuff. If we. I don't know. This is hard because I'm live streaming. If I wasn't live streaming, I would have done it already. And then I would be like, oh, I didn't want to do that. And Mac's absolutely right. I'd be like switching it back and restoring it. This is my problem. Is that like little tiny things like this? You know how you guys, how you might OCD about indentation not being right or something? Well, I'm OCDing about the fact that this parser is taking liberties with performance in order to give a user position in an error message that the other scanner is not. And I was kind of strict on the other one, so why not be strict on this one? They both have, in fact, this has more performance implication than any of the other ones, because this is going to be called every single time we have to marshal and unmarshal an AST. So if this second pass of this parser, or this entire refactor is based on performance, and this stuff has to go. And that means a pretty significant refactor of this entire thing. It's not a lot. It just means ripping out the token positions. We don't need that. It means ripping out the rune ID. We don't need that. And the line and column, those are going to get ripped out too. And then ripping out error F and just returning error status. And making all this stuff public so it looks consistent. It's the same as consistent with what we have in this. That's why space stuff is so cool, though. I love that. So yeah, that I really don't want to do that. I mean, I could have had it done already, right? Rather than think about it. But I really don't want to rip that out until I know. So what does that get me, right? What does that buy me? Well, let me at least put it in the readmes. I want to sit on that thought for at least a day. Make some parser optimize. I need to think about that one. It's actually possible that we could start on our dynamic expression. We can either do dynamic expression creation or the generator creation right now without doing this extra JSON optimization. And so it might be that might be the way to go. I don't want to rip the parser apart until I'm sure. I mean, it's not going to rip it apart. It's just going to take out all of the extra sugar that's in there. If I do that, then we'll be able to we have a consistent error handling throughout the whole package, and that's really why that's the OCD in me that says I don't want one form of error handling in one piece of this package and another form of error handling someplace else. That just makes me crazy. So that we'll have to revisit that later. This is the error handling. Yeah. Anyway. Well, then what should we do next? The errors are. I'm not gonna. I don't need to do the error table. I kind of want to jump into the generator, which I know is the fun part. And we need to. Well, let's do this. Let's go ahead and parse. We're going to use our new working JSON parser, and the table we just made, the node types lookup table, to parse and generate a new AST. A new short form AST, and let's play around with that. And then once we have that done, then we know we can start walking that and doing code generation as well as potential grammar validation, which we started doing earlier today. And then I kind of moved away from that because I had to make the parser. All right, so why are those? All right, so dash a dot working and what and All right. All good? Oh, okay, brain work. This is where I would go turn music on or something. So, what are we working on? We are, no. I'm going to start the generator. And, validate, JSON long and short. Oh, wait. Yes, I need to do this. This is what I need to do. Just test the short and long form of JSON PEGN parsing. All right, so let's do that. Okay, so what? We should be able to, and I don't know where to put this, so I'm just going to put it right in the JSON test for now. We should be able to parse the node tree. You know what we need? No, Rob, what do we need? We need to be able to parse the node tree, but we need to be able to put the unmarshal in the expressions, because we added this concept of a PEGN expression after the expression, of course, encapsulates the AST and the defs, and the AST has the node tree has already got a built-in unmarshal in it. That's what we did. This is already here. Marshal and unmarshal JSON. Here we go. New JSON parser. So this is working. We need to test this with long and short form, but more importantly, we need to propagate the expression. Yeah. All right. So that's it. I got to put that in the README. All right. So we need to implement JSON. Let's see. Marshal. And unmarshal JSON for expression. And that's just kind of low-hanging fruit. I'll give you that. But it needs to be done. So what I'm talking about is we already have node tests that will unmarshal things. And these are already running, I assume. Yep. Look, it's also using long form, by the way. See this? It's using long form. So long form is supported if you provide it with a thing. So all this testing has been done already, thank God. It's a lot of testing. And so now we need to add that unmarshaling ability to an expression. And honestly, we should be able to just grab the PEGN AST. God, do you have any idea? Do you know what that means? Wait. I'm talking to myself here. This means, whoa. If we set up an expression that unmarshals the PEGN AST properly and populates the definitions table, then we can go right into our dynamic AST creation and validation, because we're bypassing the parsing of a particular grammar. So this means that our expressions, when we do the match, when the top level match functions and validate and all that, they're using the generated code, but we can use the loading of the PEGN AST itself to check and then test the dynamic stuff, because we already have the AST developed. So we can do that even before we do generation. Oh, okay. So that means that the next step is to get our expression to load see right here it would just it's just gonna parse the bytes, right? Well, we need to make it so that you can initialize a new expression by passing it a node tree or even a JSON file. Definitions here. This is auto-generated from the AST. No, it's not. Is it? Yes, it is. It can be. It doesn't have to be. That's why it's public. So this is a candidate for an init. Okay. So if I pass an init to this, and I give it no, I think more importantly is the unmarshal. I think that's really the important one. So let's do that. All right, so I'm gonna go cheat and look at the node one because it's really much just like that. Marshal, marshal, unmarshal, and a marshal. Yeah. Marshal JSON, and this is let's visit async. Okay, I'm glad that code's all done. I have to keep reminding myself that I have written a lot of code. It's like just writing the whole entire node tree itself was a thing. Writing the original scanner was a thing. So I might be slow, but I'm thorough, if anything. And then to do so this is fulfilling all this stuff is fulfilling what's the Marshall JSON interface. If you have it, it'll call this if you're doing struct tagging or whatever, which I don't do. That forces reflection, so I don't do that. But where's the unmarshal? Oh, that was it. Okay, so all right. And then I always add a JSON. This is just what I do. I'm not going to use string or print instead of readable, so I can copy this one like as is. It returns. This for serialization, exchange, composition. No, we don't even need that. I don't want to. There's no looking at the expression itself. It's like you can look at the individual pieces if you want. So to do this is pretty easy actually. So the first part is we need to have a byte slice that is we're gonna marshal there's already a marshal on it, so we could just call it. So let me think about this for a second. Marshal JSON. Right now, if somebody called Marshal JSON on the thing, it would marshal this, and then that would subsequently call the Marshal JSON method of this one. So I'm thinking if I even need it. I do, because unless I need to set the Marshal JSON data. And on Marshal, I definitely need it because I'm going to be populating the definitions list from the unmarshaled data as soon as it unmarshals. But if I marshal it, which turns it into a string, I'm not sure I even need to make it. Yeah, yeah. So generally, the Marshall data is just gonna. Okay, so I thought I could get away with this. Okay, I can really cheat here. I can just do this. I can just do n dot uh, AST dot Marshall JSON because that's all I need. The look at the table that comes with it is not necessary. No, there's no filter method AST bullshit. Oh, duh. It's the unmarshal that has the extra step. So yeah. Yeah, so this is the one that has unmarshal. So it's just a different form of the same data. So once we get the AST unmarshals, which we'll do, so we could do this. We could say this is not going to be hard at all. Blah 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 blue 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 blue. So x dot AST equals no, x.ast unmarshal JSON error x.ast unmarshal JSON B. That's the first thing. If error equal nil, you have to do that because that's part of the interface. But once we have that, populate the dir, the defs, and kind of it says just a map of, it's an array of definition types, which means I'm going to need to generate those definition types. No. I'm confusing things. All right, the definition types are not derived from the AST. Let me think about that for a second. So the definition types are not derived from the AST. They are in the AST, but they're not derived from. The whole point of the definition types table is that we have this generated code. So we're done. We are done. And so that was really just a convenience method. It really wasn't anything more than that. So I mean, hypothetically, but how would you unmarshal it? Because it's got functions in there. You can't unmarshal it because they're not JSON. They're not representable as strings or anything. So there's really no way to unmarshal the thing. The unmarshal JSON is just a convenience to, no, fuck all of this. I don't need any of that. Yep, don't need it. That was a good, I'm glad I went through that process, but I don't need any of it. Because, I mean, if you're going to do the unmarshaling, you first of all, you can't marshal the definitions table, the end. And in fact, the only way the definitions table can be created is through code. God damn, I hope this isn't a killer later in terms of our dynamic nature. No, you know what it does mean though? So I think that might have killed the whole dynamic thing. I really hope I'm wrong. I need to get coffee. Give me a second. All right. So the dilemma I'm facing again, I'm like smushing together several phases of this whole thing so I can save time in the long run. But um, so what I'm about to say is related to the dynamic expression creation input validation. And I believe I've hit a snag while I was doing the unmarshalling. And then the way I hit the snag was I realized that while I was trying to unmarshal an expression, that in order for the in order for it to work, it would have to be able to be unmarshaled. Well, once again, I get burned by this all the time. It's a little bit hard for my brain to get my head around. There is the validation of the PEG grammar and the bunch of stuff that's built into it, and then there's the validation of a new grammar that's represented as PEG as a PEG AST. So the PEG AST is already pre-built into everything, so I think we still might be okay on the dynamic stuff. Thank God. Because I mix those two up all the time, and that's hard for me to explain. But what I'm talking about is that when we eventually go down to walking the tree and validating it against the table, that table already has to exist. And if you're dynamically sending in both a grammar and data to be evaluated against the grammar, as you would in regular expression, for example, then the grammar has to be parsed in real time into an AST, and then that AST is going to be walked, and it will evaluate the data coming in passed as a secondary argument, and then that would tell you whether or not it matches or not. But the AST that is generated by the grammar that's coming in is PEGN, and yes, okay, good. So yes, and then because we already have all the definitions defined for the PEGN AST, so because the AST being passed into those top level functions is because the PEGX is PEGN, we already have the rules and definitions set for that, so we can go ahead and validate the incoming data against it. So, yeah, that's actually fine. I panicked a little bit because I thought we were going to have to dynamically create the definitions as well, because if you're, but ultimately all grammars are being defined in terms of the PEGN notation, and the AST for the PEGN notation can be used for validating the grammar. So that's I think we're good. Okay. However, the unmarshal effort that I just did is kind of moot. It doesn't make really any sense to try to unmarshal an expression from JSON because you're not even going to get the definitions from it, right? And so one of the I almost wonder if the definitions table needs to even be in the expression, because no, it needs to be there, but we need to just make sure that when we're doing evaluation, so this has got it such that it can have a different definitions table plugged into it. I suppose that's fine, but it's not going to ever be able to be done dynamically, I don't believe. So where does that leave me? Well, right now we just want to be successful. We want to successfully load long form and short form JSON data. That's the current goal. And I was trying to double that effort with by putting it in expression, which we don't need. So we're going to test the short and long form of PEGN JSON parsing, and we can test the long form right now. I'm a little afraid of doing this, but I'm going to do it. It's not going to hurt anything. I'm just afraid of it not working. You ever do that with testing? You get like afraid of running a test because you want it to work. If it doesn't work, it's going to make you sad. That's exactly how I am right now. This is not even going to make sense as a. This is kind of a. This is not really a public test here. I'm I'm debating about whether to make another test for that. What the fuck? I just want it to work. I want it. Okay. Example. JSON parser. Unmarshal. And that we already have an unmarshal set here somewhere. I think we do. No, we don't. Oh boy. I could have swore we had something about that. I mean, these are all parsing it, so yeah, these are all unmarshaling. They're not unmarshaling, they're parsing, which is doing the unmarshaling, but wait. This is not stuff to go in JSON. What am I thinking? Okay, this is going in Node. This is going in the Node test, which we already have tests for this. I just have to make sure they're there. Yep. So unmarshal. There we go. Yes, that's what I was remembering. Okay. So we are unmarshaling complex data, but not simplified data. I think we're already doing that. There it is. No, that's not it. It's, come on. Where's the pretty ones? Give me some pretty ones. Yep, there they are. This test is running successfully, so we're good to go. This is another long form of marshalling. So long form marshalling is working. So yeah, I'm going to probably comment this example out later. But example node, pretty. I don't even know that's the thing. We'll have to, might be able to rename this unmarshal PEGN. Ouch. All right, here we go. N equals new node. Do I have new node? How do I do it? Don't even know my thing. Is it? Yeah, new node. All right. Wait. You can do new node with a lookup table. Aha. Or not. Okay, good. This is perfect. So let's do that. So this is what I need. Okay. I wonder if I should do, yeah, well, new node. And what kind of node is it? Well, I mean, we can make it a 0, make it an unknown. It's going to be set eventually, so. No, you know what? We can do it like this. And then we can do n dot node type lookup equals PEGN dot node types. It's not a type. Oh, duh. Type lookup undefined. PEGN node has no field or method. Oh. Here we go. And then what? Then we need our node types to be Now we should have all of our names, so we should be able to just unmarshal the file. Yeah. Marshal JSON error. And we should be able to unmarshal the spec. Wait, does that have to be a byte string? I think it does. It does. I really have to take a break. Unmarshal, where are you? Yep, has to be bytes. Okay, so can do that. No problem. No problemo. I'll be back in a second though. All right, I'm back. All right. So I'm Marshall JSON. We just need to get the data. So get the bytes from ioutil.read file. Scan / ast.long.json. Oops, those are double quotes. Check. Yep. And then actually this error we can throw out. I know it's error, so. And JSON the bytes. I guess I could put buff. That might not trigger Mac as much. He doesn't like byte without the E. I assume we're going to get a nil here, so I don't really care about that. I can throw out that error. And then what? Then we can do end.print. It should be really big. Oh, just got a grammar. That's it. That's interesting. Huh. That means that it did not parse the rest. That means the parser is Bork. Yeah. No, God, no. So we have a parse failure happening, which is a problem. I have to figure out what's going on there. The short form is working, but the long form apparently is not. Lots of debugging there. That should have been a lot of data. Instead of, it shouldn't have been a grammar with an empty thing in it. Unless, oh, wait, there's no such thing as scan. So let's try, I mean, why would that even do that? Ah, that's what we wanted. Ah, I feel much better. I feel very much better. In fact, if we look at this, it should be the identical. It should be identical to this AST long form, which it is not actually. Why not? Huh. Something's not parsing properly. Something broke. So so it mostly worked. Interesting. Oops. Why did it stop on res class ID? Definition class ID comment. Wait a second. Why would it read that as a no def? That's not a no def. That's a... Yeah, there's something really wrong with the parsers. GraphQL is pretty cool. I heard somebody, a pen tester, saying how much they love GraphQL too to hack it. So that made me think about what are the security implications of a GraphQL API and how do you hack them. So you might want to think about that while you're writing your own. I gotta give it to Facebook though. You know, that GraphQL stuff. The rest, yeah. I was wondering if there was like some sort of loophole in there. So I am looking for the point of divergence. These should be the same, but they are not. And I could write this into a test. This reserved class ID is getting parsed incorrectly, and so there's something off. Insomnia? I need to make a note. Existing feature template. Free open source and it's an IDE. Oh, is this one better? Interesting. Interesting. I'm going to put a note so I don't forget. You can actually add bearer tokens? Oh my god, that's awesome. Super cool. Nice. Nice. Thanks for sharing. Yeah. All right, so we have a problem with our end line. And I believe the problem is because we removed end line from stuff. And I think that is actually the reason there's no longer a... Yeah, I think I did something to break the grammar itself recently. So, because it should be endline, and endline is a reserved ID. And yeah, that's what it is. That's definitely what it is. So, because this... Yeah, I think I broke some things. So, endline is here, but it's no longer a res class. It was a res whatever. It was a res thing, and now it's not. So what? So we have a res class ID, and there is no such thing. \n is not a reserved class ID. So there's a problem. And it's definitely something hard-coded into the parser. So I'm glad we did this. This is good. It looks like it's going to be easy enough to fix, but it's related to new lines. So, yeah. Huh. Because the unmarshaller should have got that. Res class ID. So it got everything up to res class. Let me try to recreate this error again. So this did fine until it got to the end of the comment. right? And then it really got confused. Look at that. It's like, so, because it's calling this a node definition, which it obviously is not. So there's only two possible explanations for that. One of them is that the long form has a syntax error that I incorporated by editing by hand somehow. Or, I mean, let me see if this has got some problem. Nope. It's just fine. JQ thinks it's just fine. So yeah, so something about the unmarshalling is Bork, based on what I've changed, obviously. Yeah, this is all that line return stuff. For extra characters. I wonder if one of these got deleted at some point, or if it's that white space comparison not working, or it's the numbers not matching. That could be. Could I have got the numbers out of line? That could be. What's the number for res class ID? Let me go check. It could be that my generator code didn't work. 60. Res class ID was 60. What was it before? Where's line return? I don't even see it anymore. 60 is res class ID. End line is 59. Ah, that's what's going on. So it looks like it's end line and res class ID are off by 1. But why? It's off by 1. Oh, I know why. God, am I stupid or what? I would have failed the AP test. No, actually would have got the AP test right. Off by 1 errors, guys. The glorious, wonderful off by 1 errors. Almost always caused by this kind of shit. No wonder I got grammar for a 0. I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. I didn't say it was a grammar. So, unknown. 0 is unknown. Yep, that's the reason. That's not very scary at all. There we go. That's what we wanted. I assume that's what we wanted. Let me go check again. Yeah, there we go. Off by 1. Off by 1. Wait, but it didn't get everything. Still have problems. So, still looking for the problems. Wow, I didn't get very far at all. Look at that. I got a syntax error in there somewhere. However, let's see what is this is here. Got grammar, metalang, major version, match, free, home, end. Then what? Copyright, comment, inline, licensed, comment, inline, good, good, good. Oh. And then we have an extra end of line. Did I have that? Why would it do that? That's a licensed. Huh. Why would it do that? Licensed comment, that's good. End line is good. Oh wait, it's the same. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Endline, no def. Check ID, expression, sequence plain, check ID, option, plain, check ID, optional. Those are all good, which makes sense. Then what? This, plain, check, optional. Plain. These obviously are going to be the same. They should be, anyway. And 0, endline, plain, expression. Wait. That's different. Wait. All right. Where are you? Licensed, optional. Okay. Endline, plain. Oh. Check ID, comment, min 0. Endline, plain, expression, sequence, plain, check ID, plain, check ID, comment, align, min 0. 1, 2, 3, min 1. All the way back down to 2 end of lines. And then it croaks on the node defs. Huh. I wonder why. Node defs. I should not have croaked on the node def. I wonder if it has only so much it can output. Probably not. But 2 end of lines. It's almost like it didn't see this here because it closed off the whole thing. Yeah. I mean, it got to the node definitions and it totally worked. So why? Why would it do that? Why, oh why would it do that? So it did not like parsing node def. I wonder if it's because it's lowercase. Let's look. I bet it is. I bet it was not one of the ones, so it's like, I don't know you, I can't do it. I bet that was it. Node def. Node def and scan def. Defs.node def. Number 11. Huh. It should not have failed. It should not have failed. Particularly since this JSON is totally fine. I wonder if it was called token def. I bet that's something. We changed some names. I bet that broke the parser. Let's go see. I bet you I did. I bet you I broke the parser. First left bracket. Let's see. Token if equals no. Supported input. You know what? I feel silly. Why don't I just turn the testing error on? I'm not even printing out the error. I know. I can be dumb. Wait. I probably have this beautiful error message that I'm not even looking at. If I can remember what I'm doing here. Okay, so error. Let's do this. Pass? What the hell? Oh. Wait. That doesn't make any sense. It does not make any sense. Oh, I know why. Because of this line. There. Invalid no type res check ID. There's the error the whole time. Nice and happily printed out for me and completely ignored. Invalid no type check res check ID. This is true. There is no longer a thing called res check ID. That was removed. So, and that this is expected. So I feel good about this. This is actually a problem with this AST-long that I've been maintaining by hand while I take care of all this other stuff. Res check ID. Yeah, there's no such thing as a res check ID. That was removed. Res check ID end line. What is this? No def. Oh God. Does this mean I'm gonna have to change every one? It is. Fuck. Well, you know, it's not that bad. Because I made end line a res check ID and now it's just plain old end line. Check ID equals res check ID end line. Instead of having all of this is now is just it's just end line. Yep. All right. Yeah, stuff's all going to change. Res check ID. It kind of sucks because I need to generate this all again. I mean, I could do it with the new numbers. I'm going to try something else. All right, so this is the old one, and I can rebuild. Actually, I can run this. Yeah, let's do that. I think it still has res check ID in it, though. Yeah, it does. That's the problem. Okay, now I'm starting to understand what's going on here. So yeah, I need to change the grammar. So I need to maintain master. I need to go back to master and fix master so it doesn't have the notion of rest check ID. So I can have a PEGN version that will parse it into long form, which then can turn it into the short form with a new parser. Whew. So yeah, I need to go. One file. This is a completely new thing. That's not the one we want. We want the master branch of the PEGN. Yep. Git clone. PEGN/PEGN master. -go. And we're going to call it PEGN-go-master. This is the working master branch, which has not been updated to account for the changes to the grammar which I made earlier regarding end of line. So in order to preserve this, I need to make those changes. So for example, there is no such thing as a res check ID anymore. There's just reserved class IDs and token IDs. That is it. And so we'll remove that. And that inevitably will break something in the test here. So I'm going to go back. And I'm kind of reverting in time a bit here, going back like 2 months in time, back to the original parser that works. And changing it up. This is the one that got us started. Still works great. It's really a fun activity, but it's got problems now because I've changed the grammar. So grammar components nodes checks. Oh my God, this is so old. Yeah, I need to go change the node types, which is actually going to change the numbers, I realize, but oh well. Those numbers are already out of sync, so I don't need to worry about that. And we need to change the AST. Res check ID we already removed. Res check. There we go. So we have check ID, res check ID. Check ID needs to be changed. Yeah, I think this is actually changing the grammar. I'll be so glad when the grammar is locked down. It should have been locked down. That's like taken months to make a different change, so I'm okay with that. What was that line from, though? Check ID? Oh. Oh, look at that. That's where the error is. So I deleted it and I still referred to it. That was the error we just got, people. Good. See, this is why I need to have the linter. When I have the linter, I'll be able. It'll tell me, say, you're referring to a thing that you deleted, so I can actually have syntax checking of the PEGN grammars themselves as a language. I cannot wait. If I had nothing more than that, I'd be fine, because that's going to help me write grammars, even if I'd never had any of the code generation. Just that, so I can capture my different grammars in a way that that make sure I don't make grammar mistakes, logical mistakes like that. I would be in cloud 9 because you don't have that with ABNF or EBNF. If I had nothing more than that, this whole effort would have been worth it because I would have caught that error. All right, so that actually obviously has to be changed here. There's no such thing as a res check ID, so let me get rid of that. And yeah. There's probably other stuff that's changed since then. Let me think. I added an identifier. The problem with the identifier is I don't really need it for anything. This is kind of extra. It doesn't hurt anything. It's not identifier is not used anywhere. This is just a rule that's there to help qualify what things are. So I wanted to list them out, but because it's not used by anything else, it's not going to land in the AST at all. And that's actually kind of kind of a thing you can do. I need to probably put a note here. MIME types, legal considerations, knowledge node. Knowledge node. A MIM node. It's a MIM node. Nobody knows what MIM is yet, though. Okay, fine. RWX knowledge net. I love that I can call it MIM node now. So stinking cool. It's a MIM node. I can't wait to finish that. Can I please get to that part? I want to do that. That's the thing I want to make the most of all. All right, I might have to work late tonight on this. Maybe I'll be up. The problem is I can't put music on or anything, so when I'm streaming, so I might have to not stream. And okay. I was going to put a little note here about this, but I don't want to now. Stay focused, Rob. Stay focused. Okay. So this just needs to be rebuilt. Yeah, and this guy probably needs to do. I need to do full testing on this. There we go. There is no undefined check ID. Did I delete the error? I did. Well, I can do that. I think it'll work. Yep. And declare but not used. Get lab, get samples test. Undefined AST.res check ID. Well, that's because it doesn't exist anymore. What do we got? Yep, this is good. These are failures I'm expecting. I really cannot mess up my base master grammar parser, my golden one. I got to keep it working because that's what's going to give me my AST JSON from which I can build everything else. All right, so what? We have res check ID. How's it going, Liquid? Jim Liquid Media. Example check ID. So where do you live? It's probably in the check ID test. Yep, no such thing as this, so we'll get rid of you. And yep, and this should be now changed to check ID end line. This is what we expect. This is actually really good. Oh wow. Audiobook version of your book? Are you going to make a book that's got audiobook? I actually want to do that myself, actually. I know I'm a ways away from that, but I'm looking forward to it. All right, well, I've got the end of line stuff taken care of, so that was taken out. While I'm in this grammar, though, I want to make sure that I haven't changed anything else that I forgot to change out. And the identifier was the only substantial thing that I took out. The identifiers are going to be off. Oops, give me a sec. All right, that's right. You did a real estate course. I remember you talking about that. No, now that you mention it, that's super cool. Super cool. Man, most of the money I made in my life was from flipping houses when I was young and ambitious. We would get into a house and fix it up, and then sell it for way more, and then we would do it again, and then do it again. With my ex-wife, that was our thing. If we didn't have a house to fix up, then we were left to just be with each other, and that always went bad. Not always, but most of the time. If we didn't have a project to work on, we were, yeah. Yeah, the lockdown, yeah. Yeah, I bet. Well, that looks good. So this is parsing out properly, and I've got a fix in here. Had a little bug at that, so I'm going to go ahead. I actually have to regenerate this thing, so I'm going to do that as well. You know what? You know what else I could do? I could actually. I'm trying to decide if I'm going to break anything. If God, I could make the short form work as well with our new arrays that I just made. That might be worth doing. First house when I was 18, bank foreclosure. Wow. Yeah, it's such a great way to make money. Fixing stuff up, fixing foreclosures up is such good money. A lot of the middle class sort of self-made millionaires that I've met, that's what they do. It's hard because you have to have the money to get into it, right? But man, if you can scrape only 5K, that's crazy that you only had to do 5K for that. Yeah. And if you have good credit, you used to be able to get loans to do that stuff and fix it up. And the best part is I'd have people stop on the street and say, "Thank you so much for fixing up this house. We had a duplex, the first house we had." Yeah, and here I am, in like the tiniest possible apartment. Not that's not true. I've been to New York apartments. This is not the tiniest. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's like the people who really make great money are doing it in some way where there's like a serious multiplier involved. And there's like, you're not limited by hourly wage of any kind. People who have like books. I had a guy who was really, really rich. He's also a scumbag, but he's a parent. And he, yeah, if you have the cash, it's even better, right? My stepson right now is doing that same thing. He bought like a 1987 Lexus or something, and he's totally fixing it up. And it's amazing. He's the master of flipping things. Yeah, buying broken down things, fixing them up, and then reselling them. I mean, there's so much money to be had there. And I think it's really cool is it like brings new life into the stuff that doesn't have it. But this guy told me once he sat me down, he was full of advice when I started my business. And he sat me down and goes, dude, you got to have a multiplier. I'm like, what do you mean? Because you have to have something that makes money for you even when you're asleep. It says the difference between people who are doing okay and the people who are really wealthy, and I don't really particularly aspire to be really wealthy personally. He says the difference between the two is that the people who get really wealthy have things making money for them while they're totally asleep. You have to have a multiplier, he called it. Yeah, 50s and 70s. He says you have to have a multiplier. So a multiplier is anything that makes you money while you're asleep. So that means if you are producing content, if you have a book that's selling when you're asleep, if you have a team of people that work for you who make you money on an hourly wage while you're asleep, if you if you have money that if you have homes that increase in value or any investment that increases in value while you're asleep. Yeah. Talent for the year collecting around on U.S. real estate. Yeah. If you can get into that and you're okay with it. Now the problem I have with that is I just not interested in it. It takes a lot of time and energy to do that. I had a guy who was in real estate, helped us find our first house in Arizona. And his favorite thing, and God, I could never do it. He would buy foreclosures, fix them up, and then rent them to basically the government because his people he's basically a slumlord. Yeah, and that's what happens. Then you get managers for your real estate, and you just grow and you get big. And there's a lot of people I know a lot of people who have done that. It's just, I mean, it's hard. I don't know if I can do it. Anyway, this guy, that's what he did. He said, "Oh, you don't understand." I said, he goes, "Don't you? I mean, aren't you afraid of them not paying rent?" He goes, "You don't understand." Because people at that level don't even pay their rent. The government pays their rent. I get a check directly from the government. He said, it's actually some of the best people you can rent to and the thing that really made me sad is this dude never fixed his houses, ever. Dude, you should have seen him. And I used to talk to him about it because he was kind of a slumlord. And I would even though it was in Arizona, and I was like, dude, don't you feel bad letting your property go down? He goes, no, I don't care. Because all these people that I rent to, they're going to completely destroy every property I ever rent to them. Section 8 renters, they want to stay and the government pays the rent, right? See? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's kind of fucked up actually, but it's a great way to make money. So he had 10 homes that were absolute shitholes and he would rent to Section 8 people. He wouldn't fix them up at all because you know what? He got jaded. He told me that what he would do is he was a good dude. I mean, he wasn't ethically compromised. I mean, he was doing stuff that I'm not interested in doing, but he was, he was a decent dude. And he got burned because this is just so fucked up. I'm sorry, I'm swearing a lot here, but that's exactly. That's exactly, you took the words right out of my mouth. He said he was spent time keeping it fixed up and trying to maintain it and stuff. And when he realized the people he was renting to didn't give a shit about the place and would destroy it no matter what, he just let them destroy it. He just let them destroy it and take the check and just move on to the next one. Wait for them to leave or get evicted or whatever happened. And then he would go to the next one and he would pay the money to fix it up enough for somebody else to move into it. And then they would move into it. So it met, minimum guidelines, and someone else would move into it. And then he would just make more money that way. It was a horrible, horrible cycle. It was a horrible cycle, but the guy went into it trying to do the right thing. And he's realized, no, these people are going to destroy these things, man. They're going to completely destroy them. So he would basically write off the place and say, I understand I'm going to have to rebuild this whole thing after it's done. So I'm not putting a dime into it while they're there. The problem with that is that the last renter we lived in a home and we added probably 10 grand of value to that home. My wife invested about $3,000 in the yard alone. She fixed the grading. She put at least $1,000, $2,000 worth of plants in. And we fixed it. We fixed up the flooding that was happening. We fixed the entire interior up. And then what? He kicks us out because he wants to liquidate the asset. He wouldn't even buy the fridge. We bought the fridge for the place because he wouldn't pay a dime for it, because he was playing by the old game of, like, crappy renters. Meanwhile, we're making this thing into a home and we had people stop us in the front yard and say, thank you so much for making this the home so beautiful. Within 6 months after that, he kicks us out and says, I want to liquidate the asset. That actually happened. That's why I'm in this tiny little apartment right now. So I don't know. It's look, the dude's probably not a bad guy. It's just the cycle. The cycle is just, the cycle of ownership in general is just messed up. Buying bank foreclosures, yeah. 3K, 10K, 3 beds, 2 houses, yeah. Actually, I really studied that. Bring out Edgar up, it's okay. No, it's okay. But it's the system. The system is just messed up. It's messed up on all fronts. You have people that feel at the bottom of the barrel. They don't care about anything because they feel desperate because there's no social safety net whatsoever for them. You have people that will take advantage of any system that ever exists. And then you have greedy people. You put them all together in a pot and you get what we have. It's kind of sad. I wish humanity could move on from this, but I don't know. So you can choose to make money from it, or kind of live with the minimum. Bottom line, how can you got to do things that allow you to live with yourself. And this is the way he looked at it. He's like, see these people in Section 8? They wouldn't have a house if I didn't rent to them. And he's like, I know this doesn't make sense. It seems bad. It's like it's a horrible situation. But he's like, look, if I wasn't doing this, they would have nowhere to live. So at least I'm providing Section 8 housing for them, because the government ain't fucking doing it. And so the way he justified it was like, I know it's a horrible thing, but I'm making money on it, and these people at least have some place to live, and I don't have to get, anyway. It's tough though, man. It's really tough. These renters, they go to these, it's like the guy who rented us before said, empathy. I have no empathy. And he's like, he'd gone to some sort of like real estate conference. He's just like parroting the words from the conference. Like, you got to make sure you don't have empathy, dude. It's just business. And meanwhile, he basically shut down my school because he decided he wanted the place for his office and gave me like 60 days warning or 30 days warning. That actually happened. So the problem is that you have people who are legitimately good renters who are being treated like the renters have come to expect from other other people, the landlords, leasers. They treat you like they expect to treat any other people. And then you have somebody who's renting who doesn't fit the mold, and you're like, all of a sudden you're getting treated like some deadbeat. When I totally had renovated their house. The problem is that I'm acting like a house flipper, even though I'm living in an apartment, or I'm living in a home that I rent, or a townhome that I rent. So we improve the things that we're living in, and we make the renters more money, and then the renters don't give a shit. They treat us just like they would treat Section 8 people. It's a big problem, and because, so the only option there, and this is why I'm, saving the money up and stuff and looking for a little bit of contract work, because the only way to get back on track here is to actually get into the house game again. And then we're just flipping and making money on the houses. But that's expensive and makes you move and all that kind of stuff. Plus I'm older. I'm not as intent on that stuff. The more money I make, the more good I can do with it. And that's a pretty common theme among the wealthy. And I agree to a degree. I'd agree with. I'm not against people making money at all. Yeah, not against it. There's people who actually, I call it bottom up, pride. They like demonize people who make money and stuff, because a lot of the people who make money are, statistically speaking, the people that I've met who are wealthy, most of them, statistically, according to my observations, they're not good people. They're just not. They've done things that they've cut corners. They've tried to get away with something. I am on Twitch. Hi, Kenrick. I should be on Twitch. OU on Twitch. Hey, Kenrick. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm enough talking about that. I mean, we had a nice little break there. So back to doing open source code for free. Oh, was you watching on YouTube? Well, thanks for the visit. I do intend to get my stuff to show the chat to be a little bit better. But right now I can't wait. I want to use the WebSocket thing. I got other stuff to do. In fact, let me finish this master update here. Yeah, I mean, the whole real estate thing is really the difference between the thing that it kind of bothers me is that there's so many people in America whose only income is real estate. It's just real estate and flipping. And then I guess society needs that, but they provide no other value to society. That's it. That's all they do, and that's like, I don't know. That bothers me. I don't know. It's the engineer in me that. But then again, if you got money coming in, then you can do other things. You can contribute to open source. It's a whole sharing economy that what's his face was talking about. 1/3 of all jobs are yeah. Yeah, I know. Produce nothing new. Trade. Yeah. Particularly in America. I mean, that's pretty much the stock market. All Bitcoin, all of it. It's all a woozy and a wuzzy. That's a quote from Matthew McConaughey in Wolf of Wall Street. It's a woozy, it's a wuzzy. It's not real. None of it's real. I like Wolf of Wall Street a lot because it really, really delineates how this just happens and shreds everything. Because everybody is fascinated with the idea, the concept of making money for nothing. Because fix and flip is the way to get more houses on the market. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, it's true. House flipping here is strange. America is a consumer-only market. Production moved abroad for greed. Yeah, it did. Totally did. Yep. It is. I read a statistic. I can't remember where. It wasn't a random blog, though. And it was like, if everyone in the world, if everyone in the world consumed at the rate of the average American, it was affluenza. It was a documentary on something called affluenza. And if everybody in the world consumed at the rate of the average American, we would be out of natural resources in 7 years. So, but the ironic thing is the entire world economy is powered by American greed and consumerism. And if they don't buy all this shit and if they don't have the economy, what happens when the economy crashes in America? Right? When the economy crashes in America and money's not moving in America, the rest of the world goes in the toilet as well. And it sucks. It just sucks. The whole world has built this dependency on American consumerism. It's built into the DNA of our worldwide economy. I don't know how we're going to get out of it. Honestly, don't. Because I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to find out. The third industrial age. I want to read that book. That's that guy that we watched the videos the other day. Didn't earn shit with it though. Yeah, we got a real estate license. Real estate takes work, man. It's look, I don't mean to say at all that real estate agents are not working. They are working their asses off. They're just doing things that are, in my mind, I don't know. I need to have my horizons expanded so I can understand how real estate flipping is good for the world. And one idea that somebody just mentioned is that flipping real estate actually gets you more houses on the market, which hopefully will lower the price of housing, which would allow people to have homes that don't have them. Maybe that's true. I don't know. In Thailand, we could live on $500 a month and thought it was nice, right? Well, going international is a real option. When I was in Russia, I lived in Russia too for a year or two, and off and on, and it was fantastic at the time. So yeah, anyway, the agent, just an investor. Right. And that's, well, yeah, I don't mean agent. Agents are completely different. Those are, yeah. Whole family did real estate. Stepdad flipped cars. Oh, wow. Cable Dahmer. Yeah. Yeah. 1K profit from each flip. Yeah. Yeah. My stepson is like a master flipper. He flips everything. He flips everything. He flips hats. He flips shoes. He actually, one time he had us, I kid you not, one time he had us buy 200 shoe horns. No, what are those things that keep the shoes like open? And what are they called? Shoe horns, I think, right? Shoe, whatever. We bought them. We paid like $1 a piece for them at IKEA. Shipped them to him in New York because there were none in New York. And he flipped them for like $10 a pop. Yeah. He's like, everybody wants them. They can't get them. So it's like just knowing where the market is. The superconductor at room temperature, that's nice. Yeah. The rent is $50 a month. Yeah. All I did was drive from one auto auction to another and driving them to the barn for storage. Yeah. You know, I worked for a guy who did the same thing with appliances. Oh my God. The guy was almost a millionaire. Like by the time he was 30, and all he did, you never know it. All he did, he gave me a car. He gave me a truck and a utility dolly. And he says, I'm going to let you drive this car for free. And anytime you see a washer or dryer on the side of the road, I want you to stop and pick it up. And I kid you not, he'd buy some acid in to get all the corrosion, you know, to get all the hard water deposits off of it. Sometimes the biggest expense he ever had was he'd buy like a new washer motor, which is like, you know, $20. He would take these like ruined, quote unquote, you know, like appliances that people just wanted to give away. They were just tired of them. They thought they were broken and out of control. He would buy them. He would find them. We would find like one a month, right? Just driving around randomly. We'd find like one a month. He would take it. He would completely fix the thing. And then he would rent it to somebody for $20 a month. He paid back the entire cost of all his investment in the first month. And then he sat there and he had like 50, 60, 100 of these things out there. And they were just making him free money. It was the craziest thing. And he learned how to do it from like his friend or some adult who had taught him the trick when he was a kid. And yeah, I bought a new skateboard. I bought a new deck and all kinds of stuff from that. You know, it was just the greatest. I really learned how to like move equipment too, because he would say, I got a thing, you got to go do it. So we would go put in, you know, we would put in washers and dryers and just make money out. Renting washers and dryers. Most of the people we were renting to couldn't afford to buy one, but they were, you know, doing this rent to own thing. And he would like, they had no idea that they were like renting to own this thing that was on the side of the road like a month ago. It's insane. It was insane. I was like, but you know, he was generating new value. He was keeping stuff out of the landfill. I mean, it was just a million reasons it was a good thing. Washers and dryers are so cheap. Yeah, they've come down, but I tell you what, he was doing. Really, it's just about knowing it's really the market, knowing what the market is. Rent to own houses, yeah. The closest thing I've got there is I've rented Acer laptops to people that I've mentored who don't have computers, and then eventually I just give it to them because the parents usually don't want to lay out $200 for the kids to have a computer. It's insane. I was like, I don't even fight with them anymore. Just like usually that kind of person doesn't make it into my community these days. Now that I'm only down to 25, I'm like more picky about who comes in the community, but so yeah, but in the day they were like, why does my son have to have a computer or daughter, you know? Yeah. Your public teachers are paying for materials fee. Oh, absolutely. All the time, Mac, you wouldn't believe it. They beg. They beg and plead to get the parents to pay for pencils and shit. Yeah. Just sign one over to the renter. Wow. Yeah. You know, you end up making the money on it. So yeah, there's so many things messed up. I'm going to take a break and I'm going to come back and finish coding on this thing. Welcome to all the new people. But I need to get back centered again. I want to get another good hour in of coding. Yeah, I wrote about a house in Syria. Had came over to use a printer. He refuses to use computers. No joke. He's 38 years old. Oh my God. I have a buddy in college who refused to learn to type. He's a very successful surgeon now, and yeah, he just would not do it. Talk to you in a bit. All right. I need to get the old master working for this parsing. I have a feeling I can actually redo the node types and have them correspond to the types that are used in. Yeah, what's up? See ya. Wait till your mom gets. So let's do this. Undefined. So what I think I can do is I can actually make the numbers match the other ones, which means I'll get my minimal size AST as well out of this. I think I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm definitely going to do that. So it's going to break some stuff here for a second. But I'm going to change this to be the numbers that are needed. This 2 needs to change. I think I already have this, actually. This one's already taken care of. Let's see here. R. Yep, there we go. And then we need unknown. So that's going to, yeah, I mean, there's a lot more stuff here than was there before, but anyway, this will fix a bunch of things that were broken before. I don't think I need to use checks anymore. Let me check here. Nodes. I should probably change nodes to definitions. Defs. Let's try this. We can change all these as well. Python. You silly person. Python's much better. What are you talking about? Python's the absolute worst pick for certain things. Languages are... Go is specifically designed to replace Python. Yeah, you haven't been around very long, my friend, obviously. Or you wouldn't say that. So, okay, let's go ahead and grab that from the spec, which I have an awk script for that. And nope, we don't need that one. We need one that's a little bit plainer than that. Okay, there we go. That's perfect, except for we get rid of this. Don't need this on there. Actually, I don't even need this on there. And some of these other things are going to be a problem, but that's okay. This is, I think it's going to get us past one of the problems that we have. So, yeah. Temp. Guido's God. Well, he's actually not, obviously. Yeah. Where can you learn Linux gooder? How about Introduction to Linux, which is a free course you can take. It's a live course here, edX through edX, called Intro to Linux. It's a free course. Walrus is great. All right, what do we got here? Templa. And we'll do unknown iota. Iota, you guys know about iota? It just increments everything by 1. It's kind of annoying, but why is there a print in there? That is an error. That should not be there. Is that one of the... Let me check something here. It is. It's printable. Interesting. Well, oh well. All of this stuff down here is not necessarily needed, so I can delete it. Because all these class things are not going to be needed. Go ahead and delete all those. I can delete them from the other thing as well. Again, I'm fixing the original parser. Spacevim when not streaming. I don't even know what that is. Over the wire. Oh, I finished the first one. It was hilarious and fun. I really loved it. It's a lot of fun. I would love to do it more, actually, but there's just too many things to build. Too much stuff to do. No, Rob. I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what space... What is space vim? Oh, Leviath. I that's what I heard. I didn't get there. Actually, I went over and did the Pico CTF stuff, which is really good. I started out slamming Pico CTF for having a stupid Unity interface for the game, and then when you get into the upper web stuff, it's really great. It's got SQL injection, it's got Python injection, it's got the Flask injection, PHP injection. It's so cool. It was really fun. I learned a lot. It just depends on if you are... That's inspired by Space Max. Oh, God. Yeah, not a fan. Not a fan at all. Checks can go away. I'm breaking a bunch of things, but that's okay. Yes, I am definitely an expert at rabbit holes. So I love rabbit holes. I love hacking in general. I'm a pretty good hacker because I spent most of my life figuring out problems. PD, problem determination as a sysadmin. And it's also why my coding's not as good as my admin-ish kind of skills. I'm really looking forward. I have a new community member who's really into SRE kind of things, and we're gonna be doing a bunch of SRE backend service apps and stuff like that. Yeah. Anyway, let's see if I can fix all these things I just broke. So I am in the process of keeping my master up to date with the first refactor so that I can use it for other things. Undefined nd.alpha. There is no alpha anymore. It's called letter. So I'm breaking a lot of things in master, but this is on purpose. So nd.alpha is not a thing. There is no such thing as alpha. AST. Wait, let's see the AST move alpha.go to letter.go. Alpha is actually a letter now. And it's going to break a bunch of other things, but that's okay. nd.letter. nd.nodes, nd.checks, a new node. And now we're going to do nd.defs. Looks like I'm going to have to change everything on that, but that's okay. I think my wife is here. Might have to drop here pretty soon. This is all busy work. Wait, this is alpha. What am I doing? That's actually right. What am I doing here? I am just fixing the old school parse functions, the first versions that we wrote long ago, and catching them all up a little bit with the new methods, enough such that I can get an AST out of it, which is what I want to use in the new version for generating the code. And kind of like a Lego set or Jengas. There's a number of things I have to change that I just changed. One of them is the idea of a new node. I dropped this, and now I have just a definition list, and that's fine. Let's see, defs. We can do, instead of nodes, we'll do defs. Wait. I'll do types. This should be types. Yeah, which is kind of the same thing. It's going to break all kinds of stuff. Let me just redo some stuff here. This should go fast. I mean, I'm not really talking about it because this is relatively fast stuff. They're really not node types, to tell you the truth. That does raise the question of whether I want to do this here. This is the new one. And to tell you the truth, it's down here. I have node types, but it's not a node at all. It's their def types by int. I got some naming. These are not node types. These are types. But no, I guess that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Can't get too stuck in this. Node types equals string. All right, fix the node again. Node is a bunch of node types. Type equals t, node types equals types. Okay, that is good. we do have a bunch of stuff in here that we have to fix. Type equals 0. Types. Wait, it wasn't called types before. What was it called? It's my printf stuff. Checks. There we go. We don't need this. Here we can do types. All right, good to go. Yeah, all right, that fix is done. I'm gonna have to change all the ASTs, but that's fine. I can do that pretty quickly. Fill method types, node.go, node.go. 27. Oh. Change that back. Undefined, undefined. Node test, node def. Where are you not happy? Wait. That was really dumb. That's like a throwaway thing. Don't know why I even fix that. Nodes that undefined 279. Good thing it's a strictly typed language, can I just say? There we go. There's all the alpha AST break-in. Same keyboard for 12 years. Good for you. Too many arguments to call the PEGN new node. Yeah, we're going to get that a lot, actually. It's something I can probably macro. I think, what do I call it? Node types. Change to nd.node types. Right? All right. Undefined alpha. There we go. That's weird. Oh God, this is like so old. This old parser is hard to look at now. I mean, we were so happy when we got it to work. I don't know if it's worth, thinking about that. But, yeah. New Logitech mechanical keyboard. I fucking hate mechanical keyboards. I'm a low profile keyboard all the way. My typing is not particularly fast, but I just do not. Mechanical keyboard, not my thing. Binary. All right. So binary. All right. Slash nd.nodes. Change. .node types. That I should probably make. I could do this probably with the script, but this is totally fine with me. Thank God for VI. This is one of those things where I don't want it to do it for me automatically. I want to see it with my eyes so I can feel safe. It's not that much work. This is not the kind of thing that can be done just with like symbol changes. This is another reason I want to put these all in one file. I could probably macro this, but watch, as soon as I go to make the macro, I'll be done. It always happens. This is actually not defs anymore. This is now types. My God, did I have that many of them? I have 100 of them. I guess that is true. Oh, now I regret I didn't write this Perl one-liner. I know. God damn. No wonder there's so many of these. This is why we need to auto-generate all this. So I'm saying, that's what's coming next, people. Auto-generation for the win. God damn, there's a lot of these. Oh, yay, finally. Are we there? Bad me. Looks like we're good. Oh, we didn't get to all of them. God damn it. How many more we got? All right, fine. This is probably better with a while thing. I'll read. I don't know why I'm doing this, because I want to. Well, I'll read. I do. Oopsie daisy. What are you talking about? What you talking about? There we go. I know you think this is funny. Like, why is he doing this? Don't judge me. Master of Dutches. There we go. Do. I know I'm annoying you. I have to sing because this is like such brain dead work, but it has to be done. Oopsie. Without an editor, well, yeah, one-liners. That's the way to go, dude. One-liners are the key to happiness in a show. And Master of Duchess. Yeah, well, you know, I'm just here hanging. I'm not really. I've changed my modus operandi or whatever it's called. You're gonna need a 1 gig ID for that. So there we go. We should not have any more. Nope, we're all done. Okay, so yeah, Ken Thompson and Brian Kerrigan would be proud. They would. It's definitely the Unix way, right? I mean, I just built on the other thing. It's not like I couldn't have done it more efficiently, but why? You know. Anyway, you know, I would never put that in a script or anything. That's the thing about the command line. It's all about just building up on things. I love that whole approach. So what do we have now? Well, I fixed a bunch of errors. Digit, ND digit. Oh, Nikes. Do we not have a digit anymore? I think I removed it. Let me go check. I got to check the spec real quick. Digit. Do we have a digit? We do have a digit. But we don't have a digit. Oh, it's now called an integer instead of a... Wait a second. I need to check this. What, pray tell, do you think a digit is? This is my old thing, guys. I told you already, this is an old parser. The master that worked to give me my first AST that I'm now doing code generation from and another refactor of it. So, is digit. What, we don't have an is digit? What are you talking about? ND.digit. I know there's no such thing. Oh, maybe there is. This is not a thing anymore. This is now... Actually, that's dead. We don't do that anymore. If we have an integer and we have a plain old digit, but we don't have digit anymore. So I have a feeling that there is no integer here. That's what I'm thinking. Do we have integer? Yes, we do. All right. Well, digit can die then. How about that? How about them apples? How do you like them apples? Name that movie. All right. So nd.checkdef. Checkdef. Damn it. What? Oh. Checkdef is what? Checkdef undefined. nd.checkdef. Okay. You messed up IoT for checks. What the heck? Look at this. What kind of error is that? Oh, that's because I did. I must. I was like, test checks. Oh, because there are no more checks. Wait. I got rid of them. Where was that? Where is that from? Who has provided this? Oh, PEGN AST. Wait. Cached. Okay, fail. Test checks. ND underscore test failed. You fail. What? Oh. I had everything as a sub package before too. I'm not doing that anymore. It's all because I want it in one file so you can embed it in your projects. You can't do it the way I have it. The original parser doesn't do that. It's easier to understand, but it's not portable. Not embeddable. You missed about T for checks. Oh, did I? Well, what if I told you I don't care? Because there's no such thing as checks anymore. How about that? That's how you make my test. I'm going to make my test pass by deleting it. That's the best way. Move the goalpost. Somebody said, move the goalpost. Check def. Undefined check def. There's no such thing as a check def. There's no such thing as magic. Get in. Don't want any funny business. You know that guy? The guy that plays that whatever. That uncle. He's like a Shakespearean actor. Yeah, most people don't know him from anything but that, but he's like a really renowned Shakespearean actor. Checkdef.go. Undefined entity.checkdef. I am baffled by this. There's no such thing as a checkdef? Yes, there is. Oh, it's a scandef now. That's right. I changed the name to scandef. Or did I? Wait. Shit. There is a check. Is there check defs? Yes. There's check defs, class defs, and token defs. Check defs are... Where's another check def? What? Are you telling me I don't have check def anywhere? I found another bug. What did I say about this? I need to have my own thing. Burnt sushi. And goes packages? Yeah. Yeah. Rick Rep. Yeah, burnt sushi. He's the TOML guy too. He does the TOML and he does markdown stuff. Yeah, he's been around for a while. He has one of the markdown parsers that's just, yeah, that's been popular. Yeah, he's out there. He's pretty prolific. I have stuff out there, but none of it's like finished. Some of it's finished, but he has a TOML parser. That's how I ran into him. Actually, that's how I ran into all the cargo stuff, because I made the TOML logo and worked on that a lot. I was really into TOML for a long time. And look at that RG benchmark versus awk. Why would I? I'm never using it. So no def. I found another grammar error here. Yep. Well, awk is ancient, so it's also got a lot more in it. Awk is an actual language. RG isn't. Oh wait. We have no def, check def, and class def. Oh, it's not check def anymore. It's scan def. That makes sense. And I had a couple of problems. Couple of problems here. This is the second problem I found that I would have been caught by a PEGX syntax checker, which is why I'm doing all of this, by the way. That's the second error. Yeah. I'm glad I'm doing this. I'm glad I'm revising master because it's actually helping me find some problems. That's a big one. That was a big one. Yeah, because I mean, that was actually syntactically incorrect. It basically would have left no def out in the wind. Do we even use definition anywhere? I don't think I do. See, definition is another one of these unused but useful, hey, here's the things you can have, kind of like down here. But it is informational, but it's not actually used anywhere else in the grammar. And that, I guess you could, when it comes time for me to make a parser and a linter, I'm going to say, okay, as an option, do you want to allow orphan identifiers? And that's what this would be. This would be an orphan because it's not used anywhere. But that's fine because the whole point of this is to be able to specify syntax. And so that's totally fine because that helps people understand that there's multiple definitions. yeah, command line licensed. And then what? A definition. Oh, wait, no, I do use it. Here it is, up here. Good, it's not orphan. So we do use it here. One of the definitions, and definitions are further specified down here. Huzzah, 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 huzzah. It's actually, it's funny because it's easy to work in this old one because I know it so well from pushing myself with a new one. Anyway, so back to it. There are check defs, undefined check def. There are check defs. Why are there not check defs? There should be. That is a definite problem if there is not a check def in here. nd dot check ID. Why is there not a check def? Wait. Oh, there's not a check def. There's a scan def. Aha. So. Wait. Def. There she blows. Okay, so I have to change that. So this is good. This is actually me. I made several changes to the master spec without updating the original reference parser. And so this is me catching all that up. Not particularly compelling viewing, but stuff I need to do. Move check def to scan def.go. Scan def.go. Scan def. Make sure I got that right. Check it as expression. Some of this stuff changed actually. The token ID, I'm almost positive I still have that. Yes, please, I gotta check token def. Don't let me forget. Token def had a pretty major change, but I'm pretty sure that got caught in the system. nd.scandef. You should go away now. Check ID is good. Check ID is good. Check ID. No, where's check def? Oh, it's in the tester probably. No, definition. Okay. Definition. Check def is now scan def. So are you. And oh, great. That all changed to letter, so that's good. Undefined AST check def. That's in the examples. Need to get that out of there. Stick with one thing at a time. This is all low end stuff. Need to do it though. Scan def test.go. 2, 3, 4, 5. Change 5 to the right. We'll scan. There. No. Save. Are you happy? Good. Tokens. I cannot forget about tokens. Let me check tokens real quick. Token def is like, please tell me. Okay, good. Whew. I got all that change in there. Good. That was a big deal. Spacing token value. Yes, good. I'm glad that one's in there. I was afraid for a second I hadn't caught in that bug. Alpha got changed to letter, so, and digit's gone. So examples digit, you can die. Delete. And alpha. Okay, so AST examples. What are you doing? Oh. ACK. Alpha. No. Move alpha test to what? To letter test. I made a new rule that says you cannot have things case insensitive that match the same name. which is nice because then when you do code generation, you don't have to worry about uppercasing your stuff because you know you won't hit anything. So sometimes you need date form about it right. Why? Are you saying it's not correct or something? Is it not October 20th? Did I screw something up? Seems like October 20th to me. I was going to say. So, all right, what do we got? We have an alpha that should not be an alpha. Oh, okay. How's it going? 0.5. I like that name. Guidelines. So first appearance in chat. One question. How would you rewrite bash as in your wish page on website? Is it just code? And let's say I go some, that's a great question. 0.5. I would say the biggest problem with rewriting bash, the best option would be to fork Z shell and add some of the bashisms that exist that I really like and depend on, such as tab completion and CD path. And that would be what I would suggest. I would not be against Z shell, which is what is that BSD license, right? If it had some of the bashisms. The reason for that is if you try to take the bash code base and import it, they'll come after you. Yeah, the FSF will come after you, man. Clubbing like this. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that in bash and Z shell. So that would be my take on it. Z shell doesn't allow you to export functions, and that actually has a lot of really solid value when you need it. I've reduced my need for it a lot, but I'll tell you, it would be. There's a few things that if you put it in, you'd have to fork the project because the Z shell team isn't going to do it. The Z shell team hates that. They think because it was the reason that bash store and shell shock happened, so they don't support a lot of stuff that's in bash. But yeah, and it really depends on what's the default shell. Bash is not ever going to stop being the Linux default shell. I would mark my that would be a huge deal. That would be a massive deal. They've already tried to make the default startup shell in Debian, Dash, which is great. I love that. It really sped up startup time. My school peers who hated bash scripts. Yeah. How's it going, Regex Generator? Yeah, there's, look, so people can hate bash scripts all they want, but you can do things in bash that you cannot do in Z shell. This is why Google uses bash as the standard. Go read the Google. I did a whole video on it. The Google bash manual style guidelines. So yeah, move alpha. Wait, where's my alpha test? Is it still gone? Touch letter. Oh, I have to fix it now. All right. So yeah, I don't like installing stuff either. Oh, that's really nice, guys. I appreciate you at least considering it. Everybody should make their own decisions, obviously, but mostly people don't have all the information. Like the whole magic wand stuff with VI. They don't know about it. They don't know about CD path and bash, which is just as good as the CD completion and fish. They don't know about things. So at least they know everything. Then let them make a selection. But when they claim to know everything and then they start rampaging against another thing, that triggers me. You know what I'm saying? Pick your brain for a second. Starting a new gig and working team for MFA service in Golang. Kerberos, free radius, YubiKeys. Cool. Wow. That sounds really, really fun. I don't have any thoughts on that at all. Do you have the YubiKeys that have storage, or is it the simple YubiKeys? Yeah. Look, it's least common denominator is a thing with me. Simple alpha range. Alpha range is busted too now. Fuck. I guess alpha range could be... Well, I'm going to have to fix that. Alpha. Some of these have got to change to the letter. You know what? I think I have a problem. Shit. Oh, no, I don't. It says letter. Good. Good, 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 good. Good, good, good. Oh, it makes me feel much better. Services being set up to support it. I'm on the infra side. Nice. Yeah, I don't have any immediate input other than learn Go. You probably need that one. You know what though? A couple of years back, saying learn Go, people were like, what? Why? Okay. Those who did are like got jobs now, and they're owning the world. I had somebody tell me that, Rob, actually LTN Bob, who works with people from community college, and he's like, Go's exploding because all the job postings are adding Go right now. It's like standard. It's kind of like 2020, and actually 2021 is going to be the year of Go replacing Python. I swear to God. It's already, you look at the job postings and they don't even mention Python anymore. If they mention it, it's like on the side. All the SRE and infrastructure jobs and microservices was ranked number 1 in the class. Yeah. Yep. All right. There you go. Like learning to be prescient and it doesn't take much to see a good tech and know it's coming good. I've been trying to pick up more Go. Yeah, a lot of people have been, and I think they should. I'm not against learning all these other languages. I just feel like that's going to serve the most people. Look, yeah, that's saying something for Mac. Mac, I want to write all this in C. I don't know if I'm going to have time to do that, but I really, really, really want you to help me with some C on that. I do. I really want to write the parser all in C. I'm not even kidding. So alpha range. I really do. I Go Mac has been, I've been wanting to pick up some really solid C, and I know. Wouldn't that be great? I mean, it's like, look, I'm kind of a performance nut. I always have been, and Go services for MFA auth is open to everyone. So, you're talking about what kind of thing to go into, or are you talking about architectural approaches or just general advice? Yeah. I don't know. My beard has a knot in it. My beard has a knot. Did you ever get those? It drives me crazy. Like at the very end, it's a little knot in it. Yeah. It's out of control. That's why I don't have my video on. You guys make fun of me. Who is that old dude? What are you trying to be? Like Methuselah? Can't grow a beard. You know what? It sucks because I was Mormon and I wasn't allowed to have a beard. My ex-wife would withhold sex if I had a beard. And that's a true story. And so, but I had if I had it back then, it would have been really awesome. It's all just this great crap. Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, it's definitely TMI. In addition to that TMI, I will tell you that my current wife is not at all inhibited by my beard. Oh God. Did I really just say that? She's so awesome. She's out there. I think she's at IKEA right now. I'm not supposed to give away too much private information on the YouTube. It's supposed to be dangerous. It is dangerous, but you know what? If it helps somebody learn how to code. What sort of tech stream have I joined? Oh God, let me just put it this way, malicious mushroom. It's not even close to Mr. Last Miles. Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty tame compared to him. I'm just kind of loopy, guys. Just so you know, I have to go here pretty soon at 4. I have my private mentoring session start up at 4. They go till 9. Actually, they only go to 8 tonight, and I'll be. I actually tonight. I don't know. That's how much energy I have, but tonight the best extremes. But I will. I'll be. I'll be here. I think I'm going to be here tonight, but I don't want to promise anything. He does. I wasn't gonna. Last time I told, Mac? Were you the one who told me when he like passed out, like, and left his thing on all night? And I brought that up, and Dennis is like, "There is no evidence of that." Oh, that's so funny. It's funny, people. I am seriously loopy right now. It's probably a good thing. Definitely in a good mood. You know why? Because this code that I'm doing is really easy. The hard stuff I was doing before like kind of burned my brain. I have to come back and do it. Look, I just keep pressing save too. Do you guys do that? Do you like have like a nervous tick that you do just for no reason? Yeah. The people that I mentor back when I had a classroom, they would make fun of me because I would always type JK like this just because I just have nothing to do. So my fingers have to do something. Minus 20 millisecond offset on his mic. And he flipped off the camera. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, he's fun. What do I got? I still have an error in the alpha range, so we have to figure out what's up with that. Oh, wow, this is in the test case, so let me go do that. Examples, alpha range, test go. Wait, there's a what in here. Alpha range, letter, alpha. It doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. Example, alpha range. Oh, simple alpha range. What? Is that a thing? Oh, yeah. Whoopsie. Simple tests. Simple alpha range. Man, we covered a lot of topics today. Not as many as usual. I kept it together pretty much today. It was boring, but I got shit done. So, binary hexadec. We have something new that's not happy. What are you from? By the way, if you want to, if you want to scroll in Tmux, let me show you a secret. You do whenever your escape key is. So mine's Control A. I know Mac, don't say anything. I changed the default. It's Control B by default. And then you get your text mode on, and then you VI your way all the way up to the top if you got VI mode set, which I do. And then you can, so if you need to scroll, if you think you need to scroll, you actually don't need to scroll. I'm telling you, you don't. You don't need to scroll. Yeah. It's okay, Mac, if you want to freak out. He hates it when I change defaults. And I agree with the sentiment behind it, but occasionally I'll take an exception. Mr. Raritan is the king of default changing, but that's okay. I respect that as well. So there, example range is the one I gotta fix. So let's go back here. Example range test, alpha range letter. There's an alpha here somewhere that needs to change. Yep, there we go. It should pass. But then you have to like, oh, we have a new one. Grammar, min max. Ooh, string another. Uh-oh. What's that? Am I getting messages? I don't normally get messages. That's weird. Anyway, I'm almost done with this conversion. His lips don't match his audio. Yeah. I have to do a +2 millisecond to mic. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting that would be the case. Oh, I don't know. I'm definitely gonna play some Witcher. If I'm hoping Cyberpunk is out for Christmas. If it is, that's what I'll be doing. So will every other person on the planet. Did you see that AOC is playing Among Us to help get people to vote? Yeah, she added a Twitch account yesterday or something. If you make latency too low, it can make some noise or static. So above 10 is okay. Interesting. Yeah, he's the king of that, man. Akari is the king of that stuff. Oh my gosh. Dude is the king of getting games to work on Linux. I crown him the king. He already been crowned. He's like so amazing. Yeah. Anyway. What am I missing? What am I missing? I have to go look at them. Timestamps, how come go when I query, I get a weird output. Data goes from... I think that's the standard UTF-8 thing. Date is a really weird thing in general in Go. Both of those, by the way, are ISO 84 or whatever. I forget it. Forget the number. You know, I was watching BeaconBot do some SQL today, and I was like kind of nostalgic. Last time I did any SQL was, God, 7 years ago. And you got to get back into it if you're going to be doing back-end stuff. All the Go code, Go jobs these days have something to do with data back-end, stuff. Grammar comment. Let's see. What did not match here? So the grammar, one of these things is not like the other. Expression, sequence, plain, class ID thing. Okay. Oh, it's all good. And then we have a comment. Wait. What's wrong here? Oh, it's now sequence, plain, class ID thing. Grammar. Oh, scan-def instead of check-def. Oh, okay. Gotta have to change that. God, that's going to be a lot. There's going to be lots of things got to change. I'm glad I'm doing this, though, because I kind of was lax not changing it as I was changing the spec. This is the spec, by the way. If you want to read more, go to pegn.dev. You can learn all about what I'm doing. Public service announcement. Grammar test.go. And check ID. You know what? I'm going to do it, people. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do me. I'm going to do me a Perl pie. I'm going to do it. Grep all. I should have done this before. Wait. Check def. See how many of them we got. That's it? That is seriously, that's all the check defs I have? Well, that's not too hard. Let me show you how to do pi, guys. You guys want to learn how to do pi? All right, here's how you do pi. So Perl, it's really terrifying. -i.back if you want to back up. I don't. -e. I have an alias for this called pi. And then, so pi, and then you got to, then we're going to do s comma, because I always use commas instead of slashes. You can use whatever. Whatever the first character is what it will use to delimit. And I'm going to replace the word checkdef everywhere with scandef. Yeah, it's fine, dude. It's just really fast. Scandef. And you got to understand, that was written before there was ... or star. That's really old. Scandef. Okay, so, and then G. So it does all of them, not just one. And so what this will do is that in any file, in any line on any file that I provide next, which is going to be here, then replace checkdef with scandef. Right? So ready, go. And that could be dangerous, because unless you want to make sure you git commit and stuff like that. Get wins go. Yep, you had it. He had his pi. You probably try grep -r checked up. No, I cannot. That's not, grep -r isn't available on everything. At least this hasn't been in my experience. You gotta understand, I'm like corrupted by AIX and Solaris. And Dennis is sort of also. Because this is what we use. We didn't have a bunch of these GNU shit stuff. Yeah. We didn't even have -p on makedir That's what we were raised with. So give me a break. All right. So anyway, so now I can, like, I'll use your way. Okay. Not that grep. Grep is everywhere, but there, you know how many different versions of grep there are? Holy shit. It's like, you ever try to use PS across different operating systems? It's still a mess. It's still a mess. If you use PSAUX versus -EF and all that stuff across like Solaris and everything, it's so insanely annoying. egrep. Yeah, egrep is pretty standard, and I use egrep a lot too. They're all good. Grep itself is kind of overblown anyway. Yeah, and then Raritan, have you're doing rip grep, right? So the silver searcher. Okay, fine. So ScanDef. Let's see all the ScanDefs. There they are. So there. But maybe I won't use grep. Maybe I won't use my grepall anymore because I've been shamed for using it. You're making me feel bad, people. I accept your shaming and shall change my ways. My grandpa's probably so embarrassing. Yeah, it is. See, this is how somebody does it who doesn't want to trust grep but does trust find. Mac, this is just for you, buddy. Come on, look at this. Look at this wonderful little script I wrote. Just for you. You want it? You want a copy? I was waiting for the OMG. You know what? grep-r does not exist on other systems. You know what does exist? Find. In fact, if you've been a system administrator, if you've been a system administrator and had to support SCO for God's sakes, then you would learn to use find. Subscribe. You can't even hit the unsub button anymore because Twitch. That was the craziest thing. They took that away. It's like people are still subbing. They can't even unsub because I sent my email saying I don't want to be affiliated anymore. Take it away. It's so crazy. Guys, the moral of the story is, I know I'm using grep right here because I know what kind of grep I can use. This is why I did it. And then I put color always in there, which is of course not, it's completely hypocritical. Yeah. Just from performance standpoint, this is insane. This is multiple subprocs. Do not do it this way. Mac, you're absolutely right. Do grep-r. This is what happens when you start out with a find script that you you adopt for legacy reasons, and then you're like, but I want color. and so you learn how to add color to grep, but you don't learn about the -r. This is a major fail on my part. So there. So I accept your shame. I accept your shame and shall change my ways. In fact, so much so I will. Oh wait. No, I take it back because I want to get rid of git. I want to prune git. Show me how to prune git with grep. That's another reason I added this because I am sick and tired of having all the git shit show up. So that's your homework. I'm gonna continue to use this completely horribly inefficient script until you can provide an alternative with grep that allows me to prune all the .git stuff without a pipe. Although technically a pipe would be still faster because this is like multiple greps. No, it's not actually. It is actually. It is a grep. It is a grep. Now this greps every single file and does it. So anyway, I'll kill it later. Anyway. So, yeah, ScanDef is fine. Unzoom. Oh, you have excluders? Okay, there we go. All right, Raritan, you win the prize. Can I, you know what? Let's see. That, you know what? Ooh, you know what we can do? That's the last parameter of a desk exec. So that does, but that would do a full line, would it not? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. That's actually a really good point. You guys have, that was a really quick and dirty script I wrote like forever ago. So, yeah. Yeah, I've had the plus. You know what? I didn't know about the plus until, I won't lie. I didn't know about the plus. I had a full career as a sysadmin and learned about the plus like 2 weeks ago. So, yeah. I'm going to say this again, by the way. I worked with people who didn't even know about the fucking find command that were paid for 20 years as system administrators. And they didn't even know about the find command. They didn't even know existed. I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating. That actually happened. AIX administrators and so moral of the story, learn find. Find has got to be one of the best, particularly if you're a pen tester or any of that stuff. You learn find, man. It's like finding out how many, and you could even do grep options, skip directory, skip. Well, I do recommend it myself. Yes. Yeah, I don't know if I would do that. I'm not kidding. I have no idea what they did. Look, I know of two of them, and I'm not going to call them out by name. Just they were great people. Never had a need to use it. Didn't think it was important. And yeah. This was at IBM, by the way. This was not at when I was at Teleport, the internet service provider. They fucking rocked everything. They knew everything. They were amazing. I wish I could have gotten all of the knowledge of those dudes. They're the ones that got me on my start. Thank God. They didn't pair with me, but boy, they sure pointed me in the right direction. That's when I bought my very first O'Reilly Blue Unix reference guide. What is it? I think I still have it somewhere. Goddamn, I hope I didn't lose that. That was like a classic. Had everything in there. Anyway. Yeah. grep-r exclude dir test build to less. We'll need to, I'm going to put that in my notes. I'll make a note here. I really need to update my grep to not use find. Maybe be some sort of alias just for the following, since this is supported. These I'm singing Inspector Gadget. I went to the internship, so I never used Linux. My first day turned out to be a little difficult. About find. Yeah. Well, hey. You need to learn. By the way, guys, before I go, I got to go here pretty soon. Go do Introduction to Linux for free. On edX, this is a Linux Foundation course. They have an optional certificate you can take. Eventually, I'm going to actually walk you guys through this. I got permission to do it. It's all Creative Commons content. I don't know how good it is, so I'm going to actually go through it and see how good it is. But if you're new to Linux, like Malicious Mushroom was talking about, you can go to Outpath. Yep, that's another great one. I think everybody should. Find is pretty much a language. This is in my wish list. I want to rewrite find with its own domain-specific language written in PEGX. Yeah, I'm going to make that, dude. I'm going to make that. That's in my wish list. It is. It's in my wish list. I'm going to show you. Yeah, we need a find replacement. We really do. For that's like specializing in. Replacement for find with a good query language. The find command is an essential tool for system administrators, particularly for disk usage and security audits, but the syntax of the arguments has always been ridiculously difficult to remember, requiring multiple references to the man page. Would it be cool if we came up with the find replacement that has a drop dead simple query language, maybe even just SQL, that it reads either as a single string. Actually, we had somebody on the stream suggest just making the find results go into a SQLite database, and then you could do SQL. You could make basically, yeah, you could just like have something that you could run a thing, and then it would make a really quick SQLite directory, and then it would just pass the SQL command on to the SQLite directory because it's just a single file. The only problem with that is you'd have to embed SQLite into the tool, which you could do, but it'd have to be Python or SQLite can be embedded pretty easily. Should be simply create SQLite flat database files and lightweight interface to them. Yeah. Find blah 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 regex search. And the reason for this is because we were talking about the narc tool. So the narc tool, which I still want to make. These are all wish list items I want to get going on eventually. Ideas for projects too, if you guys want to do them. If anybody's bored, don't you dare tell me you're bored. So many reasons to not be bored today. So yeah. Did I fix anything there is the question. Let me see what I got an error with here. I still have a few minutes. Oops. Grep out get. Yes. Ooh, it's great one-liners from the chat. Guys, hopefully you're motivating each other to make the best one-liner possible. Oh God, I'm going to have to change a lot of these, aren't I? Damn it. All right, so example, which one is this? Class expression. Alpha change to letter. That should pass now. What's the next one? I thought we just did that one. Oh wait. Class expression, class expression, class expression, class expression. Wait, no, that should be fine. What? My class alpha range, class definition, alpha range. Examples, class definition. You pass. What's this? Class def, class ID. What is that one? Class ID, okay. God damn it. Well, that's not it. How's it going, Chilaxathor? What a great name. Isaliani. I love that one too. Wow. You guys are great. Can you put on some music? Nope. The answer is no. Because I don't want my stream muted. Because the only thing I have is, yeah, people can listen to your own music. Definition _ class. Class def. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this class def. I only have so many more minutes, but I want to get to a good stopping point. I will sing. Don't you tempt me, because I will do it. Wait, what the? Oh. Exam definition. What is that? Definition class. I'll sing Inspector Gadget all day. My Immortal. That's a great song. You want me to sing it? I will. I am really loopy, but I have all my tests passing, which is a good thing, people. The chillest thing below Rob's voice. There you go. Blues mix. Yes. Yeah, you know who my favorite YouTuber of all time is? My favorite YouTuber of all time, shall I confess? Yeah. I'm going to go find him for you right now. So there. He's probably up here on the, there he is. Davey Davey's my favorite. Davey 504. You can't unsub. No, Peever, fuck you. Slap that, go away. He's so intense, man. I love him. I can't play him though, because Davey, I'm trying to talk you up here, dude. He's so funny. He's like the perfect bass player too, and he's so stinking good at it. Oh my god, he's so good. And he's just so hilarious. I just love him. He's just so deadpan. He's awesome. Perfect bass player. Approved. Approved. Yeah, I don't, I've gone a long time without having any particularly favorite YouTuber, but Davey makes me laugh my ass off every time. I cannot get enough, because oh God, his grooves are so good, man. OMG, your test passing. OMG, test passing. I'm very sad. I gotta work on my impression better. I totally have to get that. I have to knock that impression down. Test not passing. OMG. OMG, it works. Approved. grep-r, approved. Dude, I'm totally writing a Golang book. Let me get there. I got to write the language to write the application to write the book. Bald and bankrupt. Watching most of his videos. I'm doing it, dude. I'm going to do it. I want to do it. I'm going to do a book. I'm going to write a book, give it away for free, and then sell it on No Starch Press if they'll take me. It's happening. I'm going to do it. Mark my words. Okay, so I need to, this is good. I don't want to lose it before my time is over here. So I got to commit this thing. OMG. Slap like and subscribe. I'm not going to be able to get it. It's going to be like, this technique, this nerd is copying my voice. Impression. Not accepted. Not approved. What does he do? I'm going to get his I don't know. I don't even know. I can't even say. I haven't been watching him long enough. I definitely got to learn him better because he's just so funny. So Davey, there you go. If you actually run across this, which you won't, but if you did, I'm on the opposite edge of the earth on YouTube compared to Davey. I know. Yeah. Anyway, but he's so funny. I don't know what to do here. I was actually focused. You know what? It's because all my tests are working. So it helps to be in a positive state of mind. I can go ahead and save this. Deleted. First one, alpha. Oh God. Okay, so I'm just going to give just a generic base and write code with your toes. Very impressive. But he did not slap bass. He's just, he's so much fun, man. Oh, hey, my wife's home. Time for me to drop. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm not gonna do anything until I can focus because I'm gonna end up ruining everything I just did. People, it's been very fun this afternoon playing around. Actually, all day. I've been on here since 4 hours. But we got a lot done. I got a lot done for myself. And this is gonna help me get back to working on the knowledge net, which I'm going to call MIM instead. Mimir. So we're going to do MIM nodes. I cannot wait. That's coming all in good time. Stay funky. Yes.